Development Committee, and we are here to have a hearing on Senate Bill 146. I have to read the chairman's script. As everybody can hear me? Okay, I think so. It's okay. All right, as chair of the House Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on a Senate bill referred to this committee with the potential for executive session to follow. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting notice complies with House Rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting shall call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Brad Greenland's committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Before we take attendance, I'd like to make an announcement. We have attending this first part of this meeting, we have members of the Environment and Agriculture Committee who will listen to the testimony and who will ask questions during the testimony. And they will help us on resources and they will guide us and give us recommendations concerning part 2 of this bill. With that, I would ask the clerk to call the roll of attendance for the Resources and Recreation Committee.
Thank you. Sure. Representative Dunsky. Representative Gould. Okay, Representative Horgan.
I believe that was Horgan. I am home alone.
Thank you. Representative Horgan is here. Representative Farb.
I am here. I'm in my office. I'm presently alone.
Thank you. Representative Wright.
Clayton is here in the committee room.
Representative Dodge. The clerk is here. Representative Healy.
Healy's at home and alone.
Representative Mayville. Representative Mayville. Representative Post.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Yes, I am in my home and my husband is in the house.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith here and home and alone.
Representative Spang,
Representative Spang here, alone, and my office at home.
Representative Grassi,
Representative Grassi is here and my wife is in the house as well.
Representative Gotling, Representative Cohen,
I am here and alone.
Representative Connors,
Representative Connors is here and I'm in my office alone.
Representative Vale,
I'm here and my housemate's in the other room and there are 2 cats.
Representative Kelly,
Representative Kelly is here and alone.
and Representative Moran. And Chair Renzulli.
I am here and surrounded by you're all, anyway, I'm here. And- Okay, and what is,
14 here, present,
Okay.
14 present.
thank you very much. All right, now before I launch into the committee hearing, a little bit of this is a unique situation. We have an omnibus bill which has 6 which has 6 parts. We need part of the bill as the expert. The majority of the bill is our resources. Part of resources expertise. However, there are other segments of the bill that are the expertise of other committees. We have here one part of the bill, part 2, which we will get guidance from by Environment and the Environment and Agriculture Committee. And on this afternoon at 1 o'clock, we will be hearing part 3 and part 5 of the bill with the aid of the Fish and Game Committee. And we will have the way we will go about it. We will have part 2 we will be discussing immediately after I finish my spiel. Then we will launch into the parts that are specifically part of the purview of the Resource Recreation Development Committee, which I think is part 1, part 4, and part 6. And at 1 o'clock, as I have said, 3 and 5 we will discuss part 3 and 5 with Fish and Game. A little bit of how we will take some of the testimony. If any senators are available, I will, or anyone who is a sponsor of Senate Bill 140, Senate Bill 146. I'll take their testimony first at any time that they wish to give it. And because I realize that senators and representatives have a time constraint. Beyond that, well, we will start with part 2. Then we will go into see here part 1, 4, and 6 all at one time, and then in 1 o'clock we will go with 3 and 5. So if you want to testify on 3 and 5, I would ask that it would be best that you try to return to the hearing after 1 o'clock. With that, The chair will recognize Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committees. I'm Senator David Waters, District 4, and I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 146. This omnibus legislation comes to you from Senate Energy and Natural Resources with a 5-0 vote and then 23-1 on the Senate floor. And I do want to start by thanking Chairman Ronzullo and Pearl and Lang for all their great work to make this hearing work the way it's going to work. And I certainly appreciate the difficulties the Senate created by putting these bills together. You might consider it perhaps a tasting menu or sushi, or you might consider it compost, or depending on what committee you're on. But here it is. And again, I appreciate the work from the House chairs and others to see if we can't get through this. I am starting with part 2, and just a little bit of background on this. We actually passed this last year in the Senate, and it got tied up in COVID. It is meant to renew our solid waste reduction goal planning. This is something that began in 1996, but was then in abeyance, and it's been really important to get this back in place to do solid waste disposal reduction planning for the state. This bill, like House Bill 413, arose from the Solid Waste and Recycling Committee chaired by Representative Ebel a couple of years ago. A lot of great ideas, bipartisan, unanimous, came out of that, and so we have these two bills, and they're meant to work in tandem. And to that end, after conversation and recommendation by Chairman Ronzullo and Pearl, it seemed to make sense that the Senate would amend House Bill 413, which we had in Energy and Natural Resource, to add this bill, this section to that, which we have done yesterday in Senate Energy and Natural Resources, thinking that might ease the process for the House. So let me describe the bill for you. The real impetus here is the need to reduce our solid waste in any way we can because of our landfills starting to fill up. And also, if you talk to your municipalities, that you've seen a doubling and sometimes tripling of tipping fees, and it's just really hammering local taxpayers and municipalities. And so if we can find ways to increase recycling and find markets for that, and if we can find ways to reduce solid waste, we're going to save taxpayers a lot of money and also extend the life of our landfills. The bill was created with DES, of course, but also working very closely with the waste management companies, Casella, Waste Management, and others to make sure that we had a bill that everybody thought could work. So just to briefly look at the bill, you'll see that what it does is it sets some goals for reduction of 25% by 2030 and 45% by the year 2050, and some very careful definitions of what gets counted in that goal that the practical folks, our managers and the municipalities and the folks at the landfill said this is the kind of way to do that makes sense. And these goals are similar to goals in other states, and they're ones that the DES really felt this is doable, that we can get there on these goals over 10 years. Then going down a little bit, it says that we'll get an update every couple of years from DES on how this is going, and then some discussion of how this is going to go forward with goals and strategies, opportunities on reduction, on recycling. And here's where House Bill 413 is going to play such a crucial role, because that committee has been set up in order to kind of do a lot of the background work that can then feed into this plan. And that bill, House Bill 413, carefully crafted. The House passed it, I guess, on consent a few weeks ago, and it's a great bill. And so what that'll do is is over the next several months, get a lot of the information together that then DES and others can use in creating the plan. So that's a sketch of it, and I'd be very happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Chairman Howard Pearl of E&A, and you also have sitting in is identify your Representative Bixby and Representative Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have 5 members of the E&A committee that are on the hearing right now.
Myself, Representative Bixby, Representative Murray, Representative Highland, and Representative Cal. So thank you, Senator. I appreciate your testimony. Just want you to talk a little bit further about the minor change that we made over on the Senate side to the amendment where we removed the landfill and incinerators portion down on line 36, which would be
page 3 of the bill. If you would like to discuss a little more on that.
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm getting a lot of feedback from the two microphones talking to each other. If we can either mute the committee mic or mute Representative Pearl's mic. Sorry. Thank you.
How was that? Is that better?
You have the speaker going?
No, it's off.
That's good. How is it now?
Is that clear?
Great. Yep, it's perfect on my end.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. You need me to repeat the question, Senator, or did you hear it?
I heard it, yeah. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I meant to mention that in the consultation about putting this part of the bill onto 413, the recommendation from Environment and Agriculture was that we make a slight change on line 36. The intent of this bill had always been to look at that 25 and 45% as aggregate goals. We thought it was important to take out the language which seemed to imply that in landfills and in incinerators, each had to meet that goal. And so that little phrase was removed. So just the overall amount of waste disposed, and we're going to trust our managers and the solid waste companies and incinerator operators to figure out just, how they all participate in achieving the goals. So it's important that this does not set separate hard and fast goals for solid waste disposal and for incineration. It's the overall goal here that counts. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. I'll turn it over to any other members of the E&A committee if there's any further questions that they would like to ask. I think the Senator has done a pretty good job of covering most of the highlights.
Representative Kelly is going to.
First, we're just the representatives of the E&A committee. Do you have any additional questions for Senator Watts?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands from my committee members.
All right, now I'll open up to representatives from R&D. Representative Kelly.
Oh, I just had my hand up about the microphone issue, so I don't have a question.
Oh, okay. Microphone okay now?
Yeah, it's working great. Yep.
Okay.
I can hear it perfectly. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Creighton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator, thank you for your introduction and the goals of this bill are right on target. My question though is, as a citizen, what does this mean to me? Because it's the citizens and businesses that create the refuse. So how does this bill, what are the teeth in this bill that say, okay, we're not going to create as much?
Well, thanks for the question. And really your question gets to the heart of it. As I said, that, we're really facing a problem with solid waste capacity in the state. And we felt that this bill, if we didn't do anything, that the costs for citizens are going to go up and up and up. I mean, I got to tell you, in Dover, we have the pay-as-you-throw bags, and the price has gone up from like $1.90 to $4.25 a bag. And it's really getting to be crushing on municipal budgets is several million more in some of my communities over in District 4. So the way to help out local taxpayers is to provide programs, to help provide markets and programs to make recycling easier, and that ought to help businesses a lot with their tipping fees as well. And then, through composting, which is a big interest of Representative Ebel and others coming out of that solid waste committee, and diversion. There are some good ways to do that as well. So the point is that, the industry and, the New England Recycling Group, which, has all kinds of grants and programs to help municipalities out in these areas, they're ready to go. There's a lot of new technology, a lot of activities. It looks like we're getting the markets back in some of the recycling with the opening up of the pulp recycling plant up in Maine, and a lot of promising things developing on plastics as well. So I think we're going to get there. And to me, it's saving the taxpayer dollars. That's the bottom line for me.
For follow-up, Mr. Chair.
For a follow-up.
Thank you, Senator. So just to confirm what you just said, to make sure I understand that this is focused on the industry figuring out ways what to do with the waste, rather than the citizens and businesses creating less waste.
Well, thanks for that. I mean, I think it's a flow. If we encourage local composting, if we find good markets for recycling, it means, municipalities, rather than sending materials off to the landfill and paying for tipping costs, can have a market in the municipality. They might get a grant to get a baler, so they can bale their materials and sell them. And that's a good way of reducing costs. I think also too, there's just lots of educational programs that can be done to encourage people to think about ways of reducing packaging, or think about ways of using refillable thises and that's. I mean, it's consumer choice, but to me, if in a way it gets incentivized, that you see that you're going to save yourself and maybe your community some money, it's kind of incentivizes this.
Thanks, Joe. I'm sure you've got Representative Smith.
Representative Smith for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. My question is concerning page 4, lines 5, 6, and 7. And when we're discussing solid waste, we're excluding automobile scrap, motor vehicle waste, infectious waste, asbestos, contaminated soil. And I just, I know some of these things are recyclable or reusable, and others are just plain bad, hazardous things. And I just wondered, what was the reasoning for excluding all of those?
Well, thanks so much for that question. I mean, this is really important for the industry, and it kind of recognizes the way materials are handled. A lot of these materials are governed, like asbestos, of course, contaminated soils are governed by various, statutes and federal regulation and so on. And there are programs set up for them. And it's not as if you can kind of necessarily reduce those. They have to get handled. And so since there's a kind of an amount there that you have to deal with, and there are special programs for them, it seemed onerous then to include that, because if you're not going to be able to reduce that amount, then it means like you've got to double down on reducing everything else. So this kind of recognizes the way these materials are handled, and because they can't realistically be included in a goal for reduction because they're handled differently, they're excluded from the goal here. So I hope that makes sense.
A little bit. Thank you.
Let me say, and thanks for your question, but I think if we have Mike Wimsatt or others from DES here, they can tell you a little bit more about how these programs are set up for those materials.
Thanks.
Anyone else from the committee? No hands? Okay. Just a question on procedure. Senator Waters, you want to speak on every portion of the bill now, or are you going to follow along with the committee as we go into the other parts later on in the day?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm really at your call, and it seems to me it might be more useful if I just kind of waited my turn on the other parts, and maybe if that works better for you, I'm happy to be available.
Well, thank you. I think I know I have is Senator Sherman on the list. I know he's on the list here. I'm not certain.
Don't see Senator Sherman.
Okay. Is there anyone, is there any other senator or representative who is a sponsor of this, of the parts, any of the parts of Senate Bill 146 of here? If you know who you, seeing no hands up, then I guess we'll go into the general testimony. Unfortunately,
So you got Karen
Karen Evil, yep. I think we'll go with that, yep. Representative Evil, are you there? Representative Evil?
She's up.
She's up?
Coming off the
Okay.
Hello, they had to promote me to panelists. Good morning to the committee and the members of E&A who are joining you. For the record, my name is Representative Karen Ebel, and I'm here to testify in support of Part 2 of SB 146. I represent Merrimack District 5, which is New London and Newbury. I listened to the testimony presented by Senator Waters, and he covered a great deal of information about this part. I was the chair of the recycling committee, which I introduced a bill a couple of years ago when I heard quite a bit of information about China not taking a lot of our refuse, and we created a recycling study committee. And I would say that it turned into quite an adventure. We had over 50 people testifying in our committee on a wide variety of topics. We tried to bring in all the stakeholders we could think of, businesses, municipalities, recyclers. We had 14 hearings, and it was 8 weeks, and we generated a comprehensive report, which was on a great deal more than recycling. It was also generally on the situation with solid waste management in the state of New Hampshire, which we've been managing all right. But honestly, you know, when you start to have problems, that's when the cracks start to show. And we saw an awful lot of cracks and some abysses out there. So we made quite a few recommendations. In my testimony, I gave you the link to our report. I also gave you some information regarding landfill capacity in the state of New Hampshire and all of that sort of thing. There were several recommendations that were particularly important coming out of this study committee, which are embodied in this bill and the bill that Senator Waters referred to, HB 413, which passed the House, that creates a solid waste task force to work with DES. It also puts a deadline on the production of the composting regulations by DES that we've been waiting for quite a long time. This bill, as Senator Waters described, basically recasts the way that we're going to be seeking solid waste diversion in the state of New Hampshire. The last time that we looked at this was in the late 90s, and the statutes currently require us to achieve a 40% reduction in our solid waste by the year 2000. So you can see that is really, really out of date. Also, the way that it was set up in the statute for that solid waste to be tracked is not something that really works for the department at all. So what we did, as you can see in the bill, we, and I won't go through all the details of it, but we tried to make it a two-step goal, one for what our goal was by 2030, and then another goal for about 20 years later. If I remember right, I'm not looking at it. It's 25 and 45% respectively. And DES, also, as Senator Waters said, we work closely with them on making sure that we established methodology for these goals to be achieved in a way that reflects what's actually trackable in the state of New Hampshire. I just want to take an opportunity at this point. I know the members of the E&A committee have heard this. We really have a problem in the state of New Hampshire. The landfill capacity that we have is dwindling. And I'm not here to testify in favor of ever increasing landfill capacity, because in our hierarchy of what we do with our solid waste, landfilling is the last thing we should be doing. We should be trying to reduce our waste in different ways. But our go-to method has been landfilling. The decrease in the capacity has increased tipping fees. I know there was a question earlier about the effects of what we're trying to do here. Municipalities in particular are really feeling the pinch because of increased tipping fees. And unfortunately, the other part of what we're talking about in this bill is recasting our long-range solid waste plan program. It had been set up for every 6 years. We're going to extend that to 10 years with this bill to try to give more really long-range planning opportunity than was provided by the 6-year program. It needs to be said that we have not had a long-range solid waste plan in the state of New Hampshire, even though we're required by statute to have one every 6 years since 2003. This puts us at a great disadvantage because all around the region, other states are doing a lot of planning on how to manage an issue that affects every single person in the state of New Hampshire and every entity. These regions, among other things, are doing solid waste bans, which bans certain items from being landfilled. And when you can't landfill it in your state and you have a cheap way of getting rid of it in another state, in some cases, other states are looking at New Hampshire. This doesn't put us in a good place, and we're not able to ban out-of-state waste under the Interstate Commerce Clause. So we really have to start developing methodologies to conserve opportunities for the people of our state. The other thing, by doing more long-range planning, I think we can spur additional businesses using reuse and recycling. We can do more composting. There's a lot of opportunities out there that, because we really haven't had any kind of a plan since 2003, and a lot of our permitting and other decisions are based on a 2003 plan. We need to get with the program. This bill will help a lot in that respect, and I hope to get your support, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any members of E&A that have any questions for Representative Evil? I do not see you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Is there any members of Resources that have questions of Representative Ebel?
Thank you. This is Representative Julia. Representative Eagle, do these numbers of reduction, are they based on a stable population growth through year 2030, or what does that look like? Thank you.
I would defer to DES because we discussed this quite a bit with them. I would say that it would anticipate some increase in population, and also some business growth. You know, you have to take a lot of things into consideration when you take a goal like this and put it into place. And the other thing we looked at, in addition to population, we didn't specifically look at population. We looked more at achievable methodologies.
Thank you. Any other questions for the representative by members of Resources?
See no questions.
Seeing no questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. I will now call a member of the Department of Environmental Services, Michael Nork. Is he there? Mr. Nork? Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about the delay. It had me rejoin the meeting, I guess. So for the record, my name is Michael Nork. I am with the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES. And wanted to provide some testimony in support of Part 2 of Senate Bill 146. I think Senator Waters did a great job setting it up, and Representative Ebel also provided a lot of great context. So for the sake of time, I'll keep it pretty brief. I also provided written testimony to members of Resources, Recreation, and Development. I don't think that we provided written testimony to E&A, but we can do that as well, just for context. But anyway, for the sake of time, I just wanted to clarify that one of the primary reasons that DES supports Part 2 of this omnibus bill is that it would essentially reframe a goal that has been, as Representative Ebel noted, many decades out of date. It would reframe it from something that is difficult for us to measure to something that would be much easier for us to measure. And if we're going to set a goal, it's very important to be able to measure it so that we can track progress towards achieving that goal. One of the problems that we've had with the current goal is that it requires the department to track data that we don't readily have available. Basically it wants us to track generation of waste throughout the state. And unfortunately, that's not something that we're set up to easily do. We regulate solid waste facilities, and so therefore we can only track what's reported to us from those solid waste facilities. And unfortunately, in the world of solid waste, not everything goes through a solid waste facility. So there are some indeterminable amounts of waste that are not sent to a solid waste facility. They might be generated at a household and managed at the household, or things go to donation or recycling that are outside of the typical solid waste infrastructure. So that's one of the primary problems with the current goal, is that it requires us to measure something that we don't really have a way of measuring very easily. And what Senate Bill 146 Part 2 would do, it would essentially reframe the goal from a diversion goal to a disposal reduction goal. And I know that sounds kind of jargony, but the whole idea is that it would allow us to take data that we already have, because landfills and incinerators report to us annually how much tonnage they are processing. And so we can take that data, and it is definitive data, And we can track that over time to see if there are changes and use that as a kind of an indicator for, if changes in disposal happen over the course of several years, we can use that as an indicator for waste reduction or recycling. And so those are ways for us to at least have a definitive metric that we can use to track progress towards achieving these targets. And I think that basically is all I wanted to say right now. But if there are any questions from either committees, I'm happy to take those questions now.
Thank you. Chairman Howard. Chairman Pearl.
Either works, thank you. Are there any questions from the members of the E&A committee? I do not see any, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Representative Kelly from Resources. You're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Nork, for being here today. Just a quick question. You said that the tonnage numbers are reported by the landfills annually. Is that just a one annual report, or do they report like monthly numbers?
Thank you, Representative Kelly, for the question. The data that we tend to use it's from an annual facility report, so it is something that's reported to us in aggregate for the whole year. Some of the facilities do, like the landfills, for example, will provide us quarterly or in some cases monthly reports of the tonnage. But they kind of use the annual facility report as a way to kind of, it's a way for them to reconcile the numbers for the year. Sometimes there are going to be inconsistencies with those monthly reports. So we tend to follow what they report annually just as a way of, as more reliable data.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from Resources?
So Representative Smith had her hand up and then she lowered it. So
Representative Smith, you had your hand up and lowered it. Is that your?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nork, for taking my question. I'm going to go back to the question I asked of the prime sponsor about the exclusion of automobile scrap, absorbent media, contaminated soil, industrial process waste. He indicated that you could explain better because I was left with a couple of questions still after his. So I just wondered if you could explain. I understand that some are already covered by statute like asbestos, but if you could explain why they are exempted, like ash from wood stoves and sludge.
Thank you, Representative Smith. I neglected to, I do recall you asking that earlier and I neglected to touch on that in my testimony. So thanks for bringing it back up. The idea here, I believe, as I recall, was some of the landfill operators were concerned about looking at solid waste as a whole, because there are certain segments of solid waste that there really aren't any good alternatives for. Like you can't really recycle contaminated soil very easily, or asbestos. There's just nothing you can really do with asbestos except dispose of it in a landfill. So they were concerned that if we were looking inclusively at all solid waste and trying to reduce it by 25% in the next 10 years or 45% in the next 20 years or 30 years, that it would kind of put them at a disadvantage, because there's just some things like what's excluded here in this section on page 4 that are just, there's nothing you can really do with it except send it for disposal. So they wanted to kind of exclude that from what the goal was trying to achieve, because so they're trying to focus on the segments of the solid waste stream that have reasonable opportunities for diversion or recycling. Does that answer your question? Does that make sense?
Yes, but I do have a follow-up, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
For a follow-up.
Yeah, so in looking at sludge, I know that, and also the ash, I know like locally here, we have resource management, and their business is recycling or reusing, repurposing sludge and ash to make fertilizer. And I just wondered, is there just not enough need for that kind of stuff?
So that's a great question. And one of the things to clarify here is that it's the use of the term ash here is specifically regarding, for example, ash from incineration of municipal solid waste.
Okay.
What RMI manages is typically ash from wood, like burning of biomass or other forms of wood. And that is not, there's a separate segment of our rules related to ash from burning of wood. And that's something that can be land applied for, as you noted, agronomic benefit. And with sludge, yes, there are opportunities to use it for land application. I think there are growing concerns about management of sludge in general, just because of the issues related to PFAS. So in some cases, sludge is being disposed in landfills, and this is something that's been going on for a long time, even before PFAS, that sludge has been being disposed in landfills. I think there's also economic concerns related to management of sludge, and in some cases, I think disposal in a landfill is the most economical for municipalities. So yeah, sludge is a kind of a tricky issue because it's only regulated as a solid waste if it's in a landfill. Otherwise, it's actually regulated under RSA 485A, which is a whole separate statutory program. And so I think the reason it was included here is that if sludge ends up in a landfill, that it would be excluded from the goal, but there are opportunities to use sludge in other ways.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Creighton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. North, thank you for your testimony. Why is it that you think that this bill, which sets goals, which are good goals to set, it requires you then to track data and receive data from the companies? Why is it that you think that this will actually reduce the amount of trash? What is it about this bill that make that happen?
Thank you for the question, Representative. This was this goal was, first of all, the reason we support this is because this goal was out of date and we needed to do something to update it so that we have something to aim for. I don't know that setting a goal in statute creates any mandate necessarily. In fact, in the Senate, Senator Gaida requested that the language be changed to state, it's on page 4, lines 9 and 10, that for the purposes of this section, goal shall not establish a mandate. So there's nothing in this goal that would actually create a requirement that the waste be reduced across the board. However, it creates kind of it creates kind of a goal or a target to aim at. And I think it also creates legislative intent for additional waste reduction and diversion initiatives, either through legislation, or it also creates an intent for the department to create programs and planning that would help us to achieve the goal. And it's something that is phased in. There's two parts to this. There's the 10-year time frame where we would hopefully be able to reduce 25% of the total disposal tonnage, and then by 2045 or by 2050 rather, reducing that by 45%. So it's trying to accommodate a longer time frame so that we can hopefully find ways to actually achieve through actually reducing the amount of generation, the total waste that we generate, or finding additional ways to recycle or divert waste through composting or additional recycling programs like that. So to answer your question, Representative, I don't think there's anything here that would definitively make us achieve the goal, but it creates the intent. And I think that that's the place to start.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Representative Bixby, sir.
Representative Bixby?
Yes, just to follow up on the previous question. Are there ever grant opportunities that DES may have access to that would be useful in terms of getting funding to meet these goals? And would having these goals as part of statute strengthen such an application for such a grant?
Thank you, Representative Bixby. That's a great question. And that really gets to the heart of the matter of how do we achieve these targets. One thing I just want to note is that many other states in the region have robust grant programs for incentivizing reuse, recycling, waste reduction, composting, all of those things that help to reduce the amount of waste we're sending into disposal facilities. That's not something that we have the capacity for in New Hampshire. One of the reasons for that is that the Solid Waste Bureau at DES is 100% general funded. And we used to have a whole section devoted to technical assistance and community planning. And that section was slowly, through budget cuts, it was essentially disbanded. It no longer exists. And that's part of the reason why the Solid Waste Management Plan hasn't been updated since 2003. That's part of the reason why we don't have composting rules that are up to date, and that we've been struggling to get those rules updated. So there's a number of side effects. Another side effect is that we don't have available funding to provide grants, whereas Massachusetts, the grants that they hand out on an annual basis are well over our entire operating budget for the Solid Waste Management Bureau here at DES. I think, creating goals is one thing, but actually being able to incentivize, it's the carrot and the stick kind of thing. If you have the carrot to help get to that goal, that really makes the policy much more effective. And unfortunately, we just don't have that right now. Senator Waters, in addition to this bill last session, did introduce a bill that would establish a disposal surcharge, which would essentially go into a dedicated fund and would be used for, creating grant programs and technical assistance outreach and helping to fund DES's work. And that bill, obviously, along with everything else during COVID, really kind of hit the third rail. There are ways that we can maybe in the future get to that, but right now, Representative Bixby, we are not in a position to be able to do that. The only program that we have right now for grants is a closed landfill grant program, which we help to reimburse municipalities for part of the cost of closure of their old town landfill facilities. Most of those facilities have now been closed for 20, 30 years. And so that grant program is kind of winding down. But that's the only grant program we have. There are other grant programs through third-party nonprofit organizations like New Hampshire the Beautiful. They are an industry group funded by the beverage industry and grocers and distributors, and they target recycling facilities. So their grant program is primarily for helping municipal facilities to get a baler or a new container for recyclables, so they're very focused on recycling, but there are other opportunities that maybe in the future we could explore in terms of developing infrastructure for composting, or helping to get organizations off the ground that do food rescue and help to keep food from going into the waste stream that can be used to feed hungry people, things of that nature. So that was a long-winded answer, I'm sorry.
Bixby for a follow-up, sir.
Representative Bixby for a follow-up.
Yes, so thank you for taking my follow-up. I think the thrust of my question, I appreciate the explanation of how DES can and can't use grants for municipalities, but what I was actually aiming at is if there's a possibility for grants from, say, the federal government. If the infrastructure plan, for instance, passes through the Congress in Washington, then there might be an opportunity for grant funding there that DES could apply for, and then use that funding to provide more support for communities. So I guess the question really is, would we be in a stronger position applying for such federal grants if we had in statute our waste reduction goals?
That's a good question. It's not something that was on my radar. I haven't really been tracking the federal, the stuff going on with infrastructure and other initiatives happening at the federal level. But it's a good idea, and I think that it doesn't hurt to have, strong goals in our statute that would help us to kind of, support an application like the one you just mentioned.
Any other questions?
No other hands are up.
No other hands?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to give a shout out to Representative Murray. She is on our E&A committee and sat on this solid waste working commission as well. So she's been a great resource for us. You're all getting to hear some of the things some of it's information we've heard a lot of times, but I think it's very interesting. I think your committee has asked some really good questions, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for helping us through this.
Certainly.
Seeing no other questions, Chair recognizes Reagan Bissonette from Northeast Resource Recovery Association.
I don't see Reagan on here.
There is, I do have Reagan on the list.
Reagan, you can raise your hand. I do not see you on the list.
Well, if there's no hand, I'll go on to someone else.
Yeah, Masha.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have, this is Rep. Smith, and I have another question for Mr. Nork. Sorry, I missed it the last time around.
Mr. Nork, are you there still?
I'm still here.
All right. You may ask your question, Representative Smith.
Thank you very much. Going back to my initial question, and I wondered what industrial process waste is.
That is, I believe, referring to waste produced by an industrial manufacturing process. So for example, like casting sand for some facility that might be casting metal. They might have sand that is used in the casting process that then needs to be disposed of after it's been used. That's just one example. There are probably a multitude of examples that are, possibly generated within the state. But it would be different than waste produced at the same facility, but in their cafeteria or their break rooms or things like that, which would be more in line with municipal solid waste, kind of, just general refuse. Does that help to clarify?
A little bit. I mean, I have no idea what casting sand is, but it's a start. And it does help to separate it from like the cafeteria waste. You're not saying any waste from a industrial facility.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I see no hands up.
All right, William Bissonette is not, hasn't raised the hand. We'll go on to someone else. John Gay from Casella Waste Systems.
He's up, Mr. Chairman.
Who's that?
All right, you should be busy.
John Gay? Yeah.
He's coming up.
Okay.
Good morning to the committee, and thanks for having me. My name's John Gay. I'm an engineer with Casella Waste Systems, and I would like to thank the committee for its hard work, and also agree with Senator Waters' earlier statement that we're going to get there on this resource recovery and reduction. It's going to take some hard work, but I think we're all motivated to make sure that this is a success. And I think the education that was also mentioned is going to be a big part of those accomplishments as well. So I'll be brief and just want to say that we absolutely support Part 2 of this bill, and we fully offer our experience and resources in the waste and resource management field to help New Hampshire determine how to not only set up the appropriate goal, but also to get there and achieve it. Our regional vice president has provided written testimony that when you all get an opportunity to take a look at it, there's more information in there that I believe you'll find useful. So we currently transport more than 30,000 tons of New Hampshire recyclables out of state down to Massachusetts. And the cost of the transportation has proven to be a burden for some New Hampshire municipalities, and has resulted in for some cases, the abandonment of some of the recycling programs. So we want to try to reverse some of that from occurring. One of the main keys to establishing and achieving a waste reduction goal will be developing the appropriate comprehensive infrastructure in New Hampshire that includes perhaps a new recycling facility. To my knowledge, there's no large-scale recycling facility in the state, and that is going to be something that we want to try to keep in focus as we move forward. We commissioned a consulting firm, DSM Environmental Services, in Vermont to take a look at what it might look like to have a large-scale materials recovery facility in the state, and we do feel as though it will be extremely beneficial and could amount to an annual reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by more than 29,000 metric tons of carbon due to increased recycling rates and, of course, decreased transportation of the materials that's currently going to Massachusetts now. And that's the equivalent of removing more than 6,000 passenger cars from New Hampshire roads each year. Once again, I want to encourage you to read the materials that Brian has offered in the written testimony, and certainly support the bill. We have a comprehensive system in New Hampshire, and we would like to see that system become more robust, and it's encompassing everything that happens in New Hampshire, from the hierarchy with recycling all the way down to disposal. I know there's been a lot of questions about disposal this morning. We need to try to move away from that and into more reduction, and agree with Senator Waters and the committee in their work. happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Is there any questions from the members of E&A for Mr. Gay? Not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Do we have a question from Representative Kaplan?
We do. Okay.
Oh, he's coming up. There it is. It's going off mute.
Thank you. I just wanted to request that Mr. Gay's testimony be shared with the Environment and Agricultural Committee. That's all.
All right, we can certainly do that. Thank you, Representative. We'll make sure you get a copy of that.
Thank you.
So I see no other questions.
No other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. Steve Poggi, Waste Management, Inc.
Stand by. He's coming up. We're off mute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Well, I'd like to just give you a little bit of background on us as a company and our general support for the bill. My name's Steve Poggi. I'm the Area Director of Disposal Operations for Waste Management in New England. I'm a registered professional engineer in New Hampshire and have over 35 years of experience in the solid waste management field. In my current role with Waste Management, I'm responsible for permitting, compliance, construction, and the overall operation of our transfer and disposal network in New Hampshire. We have operations in Londonderry, New Hampton, Keene, Auburn, Laconia, and Rochester. Our Rochester operation includes the turnkey recycling and environmental enterprise facility, which services about 40% of the solid waste needs of the state and provides approximately 80% of the energy needs of the UNH Durham campus through the Ecoline landfill gas pipeline, which is a dedicated pipeline providing landfill gas to the university campus. We have a valuable perspective on the realities of solid waste management in complying with the laws and regulations in New Hampshire. First off, I'd like to commend the work that's been done by the Legislative Recycling and Solid Waste Management Study Committee formed back in 2019 and the work they've done to address the various solid waste issues faced with folks in the state. We participated throughout the year-long effort by the study committee and assisted with tours of the turnkey facility in Rochester and our regional recycling plant in Billerica. We're in support of the solid waste reduction goals being discussed here today and believe it will help simplify the tracking and efforts to reduce the amount of municipal solid waste being disposed. The current law has created challenges for regulators and the regulated community during the more than 30 years it's been used to guide the planning of waste management activities in the state. It should also be noted that the goals that it set back in 1990 were never met. The legislation being proposed today targets solid waste streams that can be recycled or reduced prior to disposal. It also excludes those materials that are not readily recycled, such as residuals coming from recycling operations, asbestos, contaminated soils, sludges, incinerator ash, etc. And it sets a clear goal for reducing the total amount of solid waste disposed in landfills and incinerators. It'll also avoid confusion in the current law, as you heard Michael Nork from DES speak to, on how to measure and track waste diversion, and instead sets an overall limit on the disposal of municipal solid waste in construction and demolition debris. We believe that change is important and will lead to reducing the amount of municipal solid waste and construction debris disposed in the state. And at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Poggi. Is there any questions from the members of E&A?
Seeing none.
I don't see any
I
use.
see no questions.
Okay, fine. Any questions from members of resources?
So I do have one question.
Yes.
Mr. Poggi, thank you for your testimony. The one thing you said that struck me is that the goals set in 1990 were never achieved. Do you know why they were not achieved, and why will this bill be different, and why will we achieve the goals with this bill?
Okay, I can address that. Thank you for your question. The reason why the goals in 1990 were not achieved is, I think, and you heard the DES representative speak to this, was a difficulty in tracking the numbers that go into the calculation to determine what is diversion. And there's still ongoing discussions and debate on those types of materials that should be considered in establishing a diversion rate in the state of New Hampshire. The state of New Hampshire has certain criteria for defining what solid waste is, and the EPA has a different definition, so there's a lot of confusion and disagreement on that. The new bill going forward sets a pretty simplistic number. They basically have identified a target of what was disposed in the incinerators and the landfills in the state of New Hampshire in 2018, and has basically said in 2030 and 2050, that's going to be reduced by 25% and 45%. That will be very easy for the DES to track.
Thank you,
Does that
sir.
answer your question? Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Again, Reagan Bissonette, are you, is ready?
I do not see Reagan Bissonette on the schedule.
Okay. One of the problems with remote testimony and the system we have, it doesn't allow for showing up what parts of an omnibus bill someone wishes to testify on. I've been lucky as I do have the written testimony of most of the people who have spoken, and I was able to track that. But there are some others who say they wish to speak, but they may be on other portions of the bill. I presume Ted Deers from DES wants to speak on something other than this, part two.
Stand by, sir. Is that coming off mute?
Okay, Mr. Deers?
Yes, I apologize. My Zoom just collapsed right as you called my name. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're kind of, you kind of sound like you're talking in a far away.
Hold on one second. Let me try to improve that, sir. How does that sound?
Sounds great now, right? How's it sound? How's it sound to everybody else? Okay. Okay, got a lot of thumbs up. All right, keep going. We all know you.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Mr. Chair, members of the committees, both committees, if they're still on. My name is Ted Deers, and I am the administrator of the Watershed Management Bureau at the Department of Environmental Services. And it is my great pleasure to be before you today with this part 2 of Senate Bill 146. This bill came out, you have testimony. I believe you all have testimony from us. It was sent out, I think, yesterday or the day before. I won't read the testimony. I'll just note a couple of items about sort of where this came from and where this is headed. The Coastal Program has been around for quite a while. I was the former director of the Coastal Program, and I knew many of you from that role. The impetus for this particular bill really comes out of a couple things. One is the relatively recent changes to the SEC process. That is the Siting Evaluation Committee. As we were looking through that, it became clear that the linkages between how federal consistency review, and I'll talk about that in 1 second, how federal consistency review and the way that the SEC law was set up, we needed to make some changes to our program to accommodate those changes. And as we started going through that, it became clear and clearer that one of the challenges that we face is making sure that the actual program itself, which administers funds from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration under the authority of the Coastal Zone Management Act, that had a statute.
Are you speaking on part 1 or part 2?
Sorry, part 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's figured. Yeah, we're going to be doing that very shortly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. So rewind.
Yeah, rewind. Yeah, I apologize. The reason because I did see Mr. Nork and you both from the DES. I didn't know if you were both testifying on part 2. Let me just wrap up part 2. It should take only a few seconds. We do have on the list Senator Sherman. Is he there at all?
I did not see Senator.
Okay, and I do not see anyone else on the list who wishes to speak.
No hands are raised.
And no hands are raised. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't read who might be in favor or against this bill and do not wish to speak because of the issues with the system itself, the shortcomings of the system to handle omnibus bills. That being the case, I think we have had all the testimony on part 1. I think we can close the testimony on part 1. I thank the representatives from ENA, Chairman Pearl, and his committee, and hopefully you'll be able. I'm certain you'll get back to us with some recommendations, and I appreciate your helping us.
Well, thank you, Chairman Renzola. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this bill with you, and we'll certainly offer some guidance as we see it from ENA.
Thank you.
I want to thank the members of ENA. I'm sorry.
Representative Park just raised his hand.
Let the Senator.
Hey, don't elevate me
already. Chairman Pearl, continue.
Well, thank you. I was pretty much done anyway, but we'll certainly provide some information for you. And I want to thank the members of ENA who came in today and participated. So thank you all.
Okay. Thank you. Let me, Representative Harb, do you have a question?
Yes, I had a question, Mr. Chairman. I thought I heard you say you're closing testimony on part 1, but I thought we.
No, excuse me, part 2. No, we'll be opening testimony on part 1. I'll speak how we're gonna do all of the testimony on the resources section of this bill for the rest of the morning. But let me finish off here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give us about a 5-minute break. We can, and then we'll be back in session in 5 minutes.
All right, so you're good.
Okay, are we ready to go, folks? Are we? All right, okay, I think very, all right, we're now going to try to do the bills that are strictly the purview of the Resource Recreation and Development Committee. And that is part one, which is the establishing a coastal program administered by the Department of Environmental Services. Part four, which is tidal waters. And part six, which is public use of coastal shorelands. Obviously, I think the big hitter in there is going to be part one, the establishing of the coastal program administered by the Department of Environmental Services. And with that, I will recognize Senator Waters again. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Oh, this is great. And thanks so much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. And again, I appreciate so much you're finding a way to make this all work. Well, Ted Deere started to kick it off, but part one here, this is another one that we passed last year in the Senate, and then it got COVIDized, and here we are. But this puts into state statute the coastal programs. Now, the coastal program already exists. It was established by federal statute in the Coastal Zone Management Act, and it is a vehicle to receive funding from NOAA and then to really help out our municipalities and our agencies when they're planning for resources, recreation, and to me, most importantly, economic development on our coastal areas. And we need to place this in state statute for a couple of reasons, which I'm sure Ted Deers will go into. If it's in state statute, it not only helps us with federal consistency, meaning that we can take whatever federal regulations about coastal zone are coming through and help our municipalities deal with them. But also it means if it's in state statute that the program can much better serve state agencies and our local municipalities in these ways. I'll get into the details of the program in just a moment, but I want to also act another important thing that this section does is that it establishes a fund that can then receive those grant funds and perhaps other funding as well that might become available, and make sure that those funds are spent the right way and spent the way that that we have some ways to supervise that in the legislature. There's rulemaking around that as well, and I think that's good for transparency. But I also think it really will help provide an opportunity for us to get more funding from the federal government and other sources here. And to that point, there's no FN attached here. We're not talking about expenditure of additional state funds with this. It's just getting the program in statute. And also, I think I want to note, because it came up a lot in the Senate hearings, that this program in and of itself has no regulatory authority. It's really meant to help municipalities and agencies deal with regulations that are coming down in the coastal zone from federal acts and other ways as well. So just to look briefly at it, more or less the language here describes what the program is doing. We have just incredible environment along our coast, great natural resources, which are important to preserve for the health of the waterways, but also for the health of the people. Our work we're doing on Great Bay and along the coast. And then these resources are important, not just because of the beauty of them, but also because this is what recreation is all about on our coastal area, and also what great assets for economic development as well. So you can see here under the establishment of the program, its purpose is to do just that, and you have those listed in numbers 1 and 2 on page 2, and the particular aspects of the flood-prone zones, the coastal zones, storm surge, and all. And this becomes awfully important in the ways in which the coastal program helps local municipalities. I mean, for example, if they want to plan for a waste management a water plant, just how they're going to build that and make sure that it's going to be able to operate safely and be protected and resilient on the coastal conditions. Also, lots of good programs too. They provide grants and other programs to help municipalities deal with coastal erosion, shoreline erosion, and those things as well. And then if you go a little bit further down, the management here and what it's supposed to do, starting on line 18, here's, clearly the heart of it for me is the recreational opportunities and economic development to make sure our communities can continue to thrive. Another function here too is the comprehensive planning function. We have a lot of planning that has to be done along our coastal zone, and we have some acts that govern that. And of course, the Rockingham Commission, Stratford County Commission also helps out with planning as well. But a lot of municipalities really need help in their planning, looking not just for wastewater or other kinds of economic development, but also for coming coastal conditions in terms of storm surge and flooding and other things as well. So this program really steps in and helps out with the planning for municipalities. And then finally, just on page 3, there's the fund that I mentioned, establishes a fund dedicated to this, and the monies that can come in, and then the rules to make sure that the money is distributed in a transparent and in ways that fulfill the purpose of the funds and give the state appropriate oversight of that as well. So, Mr. Chairman, there it is, and Ted Deers is here, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from members of the committee?
I did have one question.
Representative Creighton.
Senator, again, thank you so much. And the goals established on the second page are excellent goals. But I'm confused on where the money comes from. If you establish a fund, but that doesn't come out of state funds, where does that money come from?
Well, thanks for your question. And, Ted can give more detail on that, but the major funding for the coastal program and the Coastal Management Act comes from NOAA. And they provide grants to the states that have the coastal programs. And that's the major source of funding here. So when those funds come in now, we'll have this dedicated place to put them, and also has the transparency and rules around it that, I think we always want in the legislature to see that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for the senator?
There are no other hands raised.
Darren. All right, seeing no other hand raised, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you.
Mr. Deers.
He's on.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, hear you fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for jumping in ahead of the gun there. I was very excited to enter into this conversation. I'm not going to repeat much of what I said, except that just to note a couple of things. This idea of funding, that not only does the coastal program receive kind of an annual allocation from NOAA, but the program has been extraordinarily successful over the years at bringing in other grants. And that's one of the important pieces here. Almost every dollar that comes in outside of the basic amount to support staff and offices and all that kind of stuff is passed through to the municipalities. I think this was mentioned by the senator. Over the past years, we have literally passed through millions of dollars to the municipalities for long-range planning, for projects, for restoration projects. And so that has been very helpful to the communities and to the ecosystems, salt marsh restoration, lots of those kinds of things which have happened over the years. I would also note that if you've seen some of what's coming out of the current administration and even the last administration, there's a real focus on coastal hazards. And, I think that the people along the coast understand that they're seeing more stronger storms. They're seeing more what we call sunshine flooding, which is what happens during extremely high tides, and those tides are getting higher over time. And so this idea of really trying to bring in resources to help the communities with those is important. In fact, if you saw the article yesterday from, or maybe it was today in the paper, relative to some of the meetings that were happening with the new Secretary of Commerce out in the Seacoast, former Senator Stiles, Nancy Stiles, who's been a strong advocate for our coastal communities for many, many decades. She was talking about this need for additional funding to support the long-term planning and really trying to figure out what we're going to do to make sure that those communities and economies along Route 1A are going to be supported over the long term. And so that's, I think, really important. The other piece that I'll mention, and I can't believe Senator Waters didn't talk about this, was the ongoing discussions of offshore wind energy. He chairs a committee. In fact, we had a meeting yesterday. And one of the important things that just came out yesterday in the meeting was the concerns of our fishermen about the placement of future placement, if we ever do get it, of offshore wind that would bring electricity into our grid here in the Northeast. One of the things that federal consistency does, and it's a very arcane little piece of legislation, is it requires any federal activity to be consistent with state laws. And that is super important. It's one of the few places where the states have this kind of sovereign right to be able to address what's going on and being permitted by the feds. And so this is really important, relative to some of those concerns by the fisheries, to make sure that we have tools back to our state laws and our state policies, the policies that you all create, to make sure that as that important industry grows, that we take into account very strongly those concerns of our fishermen. So, and other kinds of stakeholders as well. So I just want to note that there's some really important aspects to this, not just for where we've been, but I think that where we're going as well. And I want to echo Senator Waters' comments about the fact of having this in statute is important, probably more important now than ever. And to thank you and to thank the senator very much for introducing this piece of legislation. And I'll stop there and just see if people have questions. This is it is a little bit complicated.
Any questions for Mr. Deers?
Sir, I see no questions.
No questions at the moment. I do have a question or two. Mr. Deers, I'm kind of I view things in pictures, I guess, and that's why I like kind of flow charts. This looks like there's federal money that's coming in somewhere to the state and somehow getting through to the towns.
Yes.
And what does it look like now as opposed to what it will look like? What will the picture look like once this coastal program is established in state statute?
Thank you for the question. This is, I think, probably one of the challenging parts to understand. The fact of the matter is that we do have a mechanism currently to bring in the general, not the general funds, the federal funds that are generally allocated to the state. We have a mechanism to bring those in, as we do other grants from EPA and other things like that. The fund that we're really looking at here is a much more flexible kind of fund that would allow for other kinds of grants, potentially from foundations, other kinds of activities that could go on in which this fund could serve as a place to put some of this. So for example, if a couple of communities wanted to join together in a project, that becomes very challenging for two communities to figure out how they deal with the physical nature of giving money to each other. Whereas having a kind of having a fund like this, a non-lapsing fund, would allow us to be able to have that kind of mechanism to allow for communities to enter into those kinds of projects, seek out grants, whether it's private or government funding, and be able to implement the kinds of projects that they'd like to do. So that's, I think, the kind of opportunity that this creates. It's a more flexible approach than we've had in the past.
for a follow-up, will the NOAA funding go into this fund, or NOAA money go into this fund, or will it be other funding, or both?
Thank you for the question. I'm not entirely sure yet. I think this is one of the things that we would have to, right now, because we already have the NOAA funding in the proposed budget for the 22-23 budget. I think it would certainly go there. This would be an interesting conversation to have when we start to generate the 24-25 budget, which scarily enough will happen in just about a year. Anyway, that's a discussion that we'll have when we start to create that next budget.
Okay. All right. Any questions for anyone else from the
Sir, I see
committee?
No further questions.
No further questions. I thought there'd be a lot more questions. All right. Seeing no further questions is, that's it? All right, I guess that's it on part one of the bill. Next part of the bill is item 4 on tidal waters. Senator Waters to talk about tidal waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's right. I'm up to my neck in waters, I guess, in this, today with you all. Still Senator David Waters, District 4. I'm here to introduce part 4 of Senate Bill 146. This bill, this seemingly simple change here is somewhat technical, but awfully important for New Hampshire, as it gives us some standards in state statute for determining levels of these chemicals, fetal coliform and others, in our waters. A little bit of the background of this. This came to me from the State Association of Municipal Water Managers. And they need it for a couple of reasons. One, in the coastal area, and particularly the communities around Great Bay, that there recently has been a consent agreement signed with the EPA about how to measure nitrogen in the Great Bay waters coming out of wastewater treatment plants and also from other sources. That, there are lawsuits, there's just activity for many, many years to get to the place where the municipalities under this new agreement are giving some authority to try to reduce the nitrogen from lots of different sources, not just the wastewater treatment. And why that's important is we're about to get hammered with another $100 million that we'd have to spend to upgrade water treatment plants, which had some of them just been constructed or just been upgraded at the cost of $20 or $30 million to meet certain standards. So the argument the communities made was, look, give us more flexibility and we will be able to get this done. And one of the important things here was to be able to have in state statute the measure we were going to use for mollusks, for aquaculture, because that was one of the standards of cleanliness that was being used at the national level. And we did not feel that the standards from the national folks were really appropriate for our waters. And by having this, then it gives us an opportunity to negotiate and to say this reflects the cleanliness of the water here. And then secondly, a lot wider range of communities are now being affected by the MS4 regulations. And here too, having a state standard and statute will help us in negotiating over what the implications of MS4 are going to be for the communities that are affected by it. So with that said, and I think we'll have some other testimony, some of the technical details here. But what it does is it updates the reference to the federal program there. And what's important is that it breaks out here. It says, here's the standard that we think is right for the state. And then the analytical methods and sampling. Yes, we will follow those developed here by the Department of Environmental Services. That's really important. Approved the kind of methods that are then approved in the latest revision of the National Shellfish Sanitation Program. So what it really does is it gives the state the power it needs and the standards it needs to clean up the water, but not be under the under the demands and perhaps inappropriate standards sometimes of the EPA on this. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. And have you got to take any questions? And I do think you'll probably have some folks from the Water Association who can talk to it as well, if not, and Ted Deers. And let me just add too, is that this has been vetted by the folks in fisheries, by Cherie Patterson in Fish and Game, and by Steve Kuchar in DES, and they thought this is thoroughly appropriate for the protections we want to have for our aquaculture industry in New Hampshire. And thank you.
Is there any questions from members of the committee?
I see no questions.
Mr. Deers, are you available?
He's coming up soon.
Okay.
He's coming off mute.
Okay. All right, Mr. Deers, I do have something from DES, even though the boss always signs his name. He does mention you. So.
He's taken my name in vain once again.
Again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am still Ted Deers from the Department of Environmental Services. And if you thought that the Coastal Zone Management Act was arcane, wait till you see this bill. This is where the Clean Water Act intersects with the National Shellfish Sanitation Program, and that's where it gets fun. So really quickly, what this bill, and Senator Waters did a fantastic job of trying to lay this out for you. Essentially what this does is currently it solves a problem in sampling methods that we have. Currently, we have a method for sampling waters that everyone is using in the seacoast. And it's a great method. It is a way that you can actually gather the water and you incubate it right there at the wastewater treatment plant. It's so simple that even I could do it. So it is really a slick method. And the problem that we came across is that a strict reading of the regulations that we had, and the strict reading of the regulations as EPA was reading them, would dictate that we could not use that kind of methodology. We had to use an older, more antiquated technology that required significant expense on account of the wastewater treatment plants in order to comply with it. And not only that, it was a slower method to actually yield results. So we had this conundrum. And so what we've done is this piece of legislation mimics the way other states have avoided this issue. It does link up both the Clean Water Act regulations that EPA is looking at when they're writing permits, as well as the Shellfish Sanitation Program regulations that we're looking at when we're making sure that it's safe for you to go eat those oysters and clams and mussels, which are amongst my favorite of foods. And so what it does is it allows for that to happen. It will, once this goes into place, it will save the wastewater treatment plants money and yield a better ability for us to regulate the shellfish program so that if there ever is a problem, we can immediately respond and make sure that no consumers are getting, fouled shellfish. So it's a really important little tiny piece of legislation that is incredibly, I know it's technically challenging to look at and to understand. I hope that the letter that we produced helps. And if you have any questions at all, I'm happy to answer them. And I believe that there may be others from the industry who are also available to be able to answer their questions from their perspective. So with that, I will open it up to any questions that the committee might have.
Okay. Questions from members of the committee?
Sir, I see no question from the committee.
Okay, there's no questions. There is no one else signed up to speak on other than Paul Sanderson from Fish and Game, and I believe he's speaking on items 3 and, I guess, 3 and 5, the part that Fish and Game will be part of. Is there anyone from the audience who wishes to speak to this or to item item 1, part 1? Anyone from the audience? No. Okay. Well, seeing nothing, we'll go on we'll leave part 4 and we will go on to part 6, which is, oh, I lost my, here we go. Here's the bill. Part 6, which is public use of coastal shorelands. And Senator Waters?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Senator Sherman is not here, I'm happy to introduce this part.
Okay.
So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator Waters, District 4. This is really a kind of a housekeeping bill. We have changed a number of years ago the definition of the high water mark. And this was just one section of law that it came to Senator Sherman's attention that change had not been made. So basically, it's bringing this section of law into conformity with the other parts of the law where the definition now is the average height of all the high waters over a complete tidal cycle, commonly referred to as the mean high tide line. So that's it. Really is kind of a housekeeping, but that's what it does.
Any questions of Senator Waters?
So we have one question stand by. It's Representative Spang.
Representative Spang.
Thank you. Senator Waters, I was curious about this one as soon as I saw it, and I have been involved in this kind of issue before. It seems to me that what we're doing is that we are reducing the amount of land that is going to be protected. Instead of it being the highest water that is seen, say in storms or even the high waters that we see in the spring and fall lunar things, high waters. All of that area will no longer be protected. Now we're just going down to the average of the high tides. Is that true that we are leaving some of that area now unprotected?
Well, thanks for your question, Representative. And I think not really, because if you look at this, I mean, we've got the 19-year Metonic tidal cycle, right? And, that comes and goes. And so are you going to catch one, extreme high tide and have that set the standard? But the difference between that and the average height of all the high waters over a complete tidal cycle is really what's more meaningful here. And I will say that, if you want to get into the arcana of this, this goes back to English common law, which was adopted in our colony, to try to, to negotiate in between the, what is the public property and what is the private property. And, there's centuries of work on this, but this one I think is real common sense. It also, as I said, reflects what is elsewhere in statute. So I don't think that we are really in any way, any meaningful way, changing the amount of land that is covered by this.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Or follow up, yes.
Yeah. Thank you for taking my questions, Senator. At one time, wasn't the definition of, and of course we're talking about now where the buffer is going to start when we're talking about buffers from the salt water. So it is significant. And wasn't it before the highest waters, the highest high tides that was the limit? Now that highest high tide is getting absorbed in an average that may not respect the amount of high waters there are. Say there are 3 or 4 very high water events and they're going to get completely subsumed by an average. So we're losing the protection of those highest high waters, particularly if there aren't so many of them that they're beginning to tip the average.
Well, thank you, Representative, for the question there. And, you know, again, I'm not sure that it makes much difference in terms of practical effect, in terms of where the line is. I do think that this standard reflects the reality of the 19-year cycle, and as it may over time shift. You know, and I just, not to get into it too much, but you know, there's the other thing is the Atlantic overturning, Mediterranean overturning, which affects the speed of the Gulf Stream and the welling up of waters in the Central Atlantic. I mean, those things change over a long cycle as well. And so there's a lot going on out there in the ocean. But this to me is fairness, and it's about consistency. I think it balances off the private property owners' rights with the public interest appropriately. And I also think this is a, you know, more meaningfully measurable standard to use, and that's why it's been adopted elsewhere.
Great. And one more, Mr. Chairman. So the and
For-
I think
for a follow-up.
For a follow-up, I think in our documentation of the bill, you also cite the fact that the data to support that establishment of that line is readily available. And I think when you say that this is going to be much easier to implement, I agree. The 19-year kind of bothers me. I think you, of all people, know about sea level rise. And I'm wondering if our sea level rise is going to be captured in 19 years, or may we be having changes that are more gradual that ultimately will call for high tide line in less than 19 years.
Well, thanks for the question, and we're getting into deep waters, Representative. But let me just say, to back up a little bit and say, surely we're projecting, and so we're seeing, some sea level rise. We're seeing that's been documented about 8 inches over the last century, and there's projections of more to come. But whatever that is, you put on top of that the 19-year tidal cycle. And I just think it's important here to have some consistency and some durational consistency here. And yes, things will change, but over the 19-year cycle, the measurements will continue and adjustments if there's underlying changes in ocean current circulation or sea level rise, that those things will be over the 19 years kind of adjusted as that cycle goes through. And I'm kind of cautious. I just think that we need to give some consistency. We need to let property owners know there's some consistency over time, that there isn't going to be, extreme changes year to year that might affect their property's value or, the public interest. And that, so I just think this seems to be right as a way that we, measure it with consistency over time and some certainty and transparency to the property owners and to the public interest.
Thank you for an excellent explanation, Senator Waters.
Are there any other questions by members of the committee?
So I see no questions.
Seeing no questions and no questions from the audience? Nothing? In which case, that ends the discussion on.
So you have one question from the audience, Tom Sherman.
Tom Sherman, is that Senator Sherman?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I apologize. I've been in committee. Are you still on SB 146?
Oh, yes. Well, that will be there all day.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss my little part.
Oh yeah, whatever you have to say on, we're talking about, this is item 6, part 6, but if there's any other items you wish to speak on, you're welcome to do that too.
And
Well,
Senator Sherman, just to let you know, I did introduce it and gave some background, but take it away, sir.
No, I just wanted to make sure there were no questions. Mine was the high water mark. This was at the request of the department to make sure that we were up to date with our defining the high water mark. So I appreciate Senator Waters covering for me. I just wanted to make sure everybody was all set if there's no questions.
Well, you've heard the discussion. I'm not certain when you tuned in, but we've, whatever you wish to say on it, we appreciate it. We'd like to hear you.
But this is, this issue is pretty technical, but it really brings us up to date, and standardizes the language in this area. So the mean high water mark, as you know, is an important measure, and so I was asked to introduce this as a way of ensuring that we are up to date in our statute with this definition. So other than that, I have nothing to add.
Representative Post.
Post. Representative Post for a question.
Thank you. Yes, this is for Senator Waters. And I appreciate
Senator.
your being here today and helping us understand this. My question is, would this change insurance rates for a homeowner? Is that the discussion when you're referring to, the costs?
I'm happy to answer that if that's okay, Senator Sherman.
Of course.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. I'm really glad you brought that up because no, it would not. The insurance rates are determined by FEMA maps, FEMA flood maps, and FEMA releases those. They've been updated fairly recently, and that's what determines that. And FEMA's basing that on a variety of other historical issues, and not on this particular definition.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Sir, stand by, you have one question. Representative Smith, sir.
Representative Smith for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Sherman. Your colleague, Senator Waters, testified that the definition of high water mark was changed years ago, but that one of our many, many statutes was left out of when all of the other statutes were changed. Right. So am I correct in assuming that this is a state statute? This is not a federal definition of high water mark?
I believe it is state, but I think it is standard. And I would defer to Senator Waters if he knows the answer to that. But my understanding is this is the accepted definition along at least the eastern seaboard for high water mark. And he's nodding, so that would be correct.
A nodding is hard to hear, Senator Waters.
Excuse me, and I'm sorry I don't have the hearing report from the Senate in front of us, but I believe that what Senator Sherman is representing here is the case, and I also believe this is pretty much the standard. If in state statute you're going to do it by high waters, this is the way to do it. But every state a lot of states, in terms of the public interest, is different, are different on this. But this is what New Hampshire's done.
Any other questions?
Representative Spain might have a question.
Oh, Representative Spang, you have a question? Representative Spang, you're muted.
There we go. Senator Sherman, thank you for coming and giving me another bite at the apple. Yeah, I spend a great deal of time on Cape Cod, and I think at the Cape, like as in the seacoast here, there are a lot of legal cases that come up about public access to high and low water, and perhaps Senator Waters was illuminating that issue a little bit, that there may be a different set of regulations regarding public access to high and low water areas, say on a beach. And I think that there's a lot of confusion among people who want to use beaches on where they're allowed to be as a member of the public and where they're not. So it's not just a matter of the property owners and how close to the water they can build. It's also this ongoing battle between the public and beach users that is affected by this definition. And secondary, I'd like to know how our regulations relate to those in other states.
I would have to, on the second question, thank you for the question. I think they're really important, but I would have to defer on the second one because I'm not fully aware. Last time I looked at Massachusetts, it was mean high water had a specific definition, but I really can't answer the public access. We have had one of the most prominent public access issues in the state here in Rye, down at Saunders Point, but that was more of a private land, public land, and public access was eventually granted by the Supreme Court. So it was, I guess what I would be able to say is that these definitions are critically important. Number one, because of the issues that you pointed out, but also they need to be consistent throughout statute, and that's all this bill does. Or this component of the bill does, is to make this one section now fully consistent with the other areas, as Senator Waters had said.
Great, thank you.
I could offer something on that as well, is that, just again to reiterate, Representative, I do not think that this change here, this technical change in statute, has any practical effect on the public trust shorelands area and people's access to it. To answer the other part of your question, you may see it in the news lately because of some new lawsuits, but Maine does it very differently in terms of what access is part of the public trust shorelands. And there was a Maine Supreme Court decision back in 1996, which greatly restricted public access, and there's an attempt now to revisit that. But so as I said, other states are different. But for New Hampshire, this is a technical definitional change. I don't think there's any practical effect on public access or public trust shorelands, but it provides some consistency and transparency for property owners and for members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Seeing no further questions from either, none from the audience also? Okay. I will close the discussion on part 6, and that should be all. That should be all that we have as far as parts that are specific to resources, and that really takes care of the morning section of the session on this bill. At 1 o'clock, we will be meeting for parts 3 and 5, with the help of Fish and Game. That'd be 1 o'clock, and so I will there is some other business I want to go over with members of the committee. But because it is in public, but for now, Senator Waters, Senator Sherman, or anyone else in the audience, we will not be taking up any of Senate Bill 146 until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we will not be discussing this aspects of this bill of 106 during the interim. So we're just going to be doing other committee business. See anyone who's not part of the committee. You can listen, but we're not going to be doing the business that we're going to be discussing is some Senate Senate amendments to some bills that some House bills that we passed. Was it House Bill 115? And I think it's 311, correct, Representative Smith?
Yes, that is correct.
And why don't you were the prime? You were prime on with 311, or was it on 115?
Well, I'm prime sponsor on both of them.
Oh, okay. Then you might as well. I might as well recognize you. Would you care to have the gavel? No, it's gone. Wait.
Actually, I have my own.
You have your own. Okay.
So actually, House Bill 115 was the wake surfing bill. It was the safety bill. It passed the House unanimously, went over to the Senate. And one of the questions brought up by one of the senators was that the part of the bill that said that because wake surfing does not use a tow rope and the person is directly behind the boat in the water, that they could only use a boat specifically designed for that purpose. And one of the senators questioned, did we really need the word specifically? Wasn't just designed for that purpose enough? Captain Dunleavy said he didn't think that would change anything as far as enforcement went. And so that's the explanation of that. One word was removed from the bill. If anyone has any questions about it or comments, because what we'll need to do is for new people, when the Senate amends a bill that passed the House, the bill then comes back informally to the committee where the bill was passed originally, and members of the committee either concur with the change the Senate made or not concur and the bill dies, or not concur and ask for a committee of conference. So this is something we will be asked, the committee chair will be asked to make a motion to concur or not next and in one of the upcoming full sessions that we have. But it's always nice to discuss these things with the committee in case people have questions. So.
I did send out to everyone the side-by-sides, especially for the new folks. It's a way of being able to see where the changes are without having to read every word and keep going back and forth. The committee assistant who does it for you and will highlight where exactly the changes are, and you can readily see it. What the normal procedure is, it's a little loosey-goosey when it comes to concurs, non-concurs, and non-concurring and requesting a committee of conference. I was surprised that even somebody who's been around as long as I have, that actually the authority rests solely with the chair as far as whether you do concur or non-concur or request conference. But it's foolish to even do it without consulting your committee. And that's what I'm doing now, is try to get everybody's understanding of what's happening. Representative Smith has explained what the difference in this bill. So if you see, I think she's explained it is minuscule. So a minor change and doesn't really affect the bill, at least in my estimation. But I think I'd like to get concurrence from everyone here. We don't need a formal vote. I'd like to have an affirmation, a consensus from members of the committee. So what I'll do is just simply say, is there anyone who has a problem with concurring?
To Representative Post, have your hand up.
Representative Post, for a question. Representative Post?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Are we including the first part also? I see the change. So what you have up on the screen is the second part of that on the propulsion system. But if you go back to the wake surfing issue.
Which part of?
That is this, if you go back to page 1.
See, I can't see that on this.
Okay, so where it says new paragraph voting, it says number 1, new paragraph voting, it's the second box down. These appear to be identical. Can you tell me what the difference might be? When you read this, I didn't see anything different from the House bill to the Senate bill.
That's the issue. It's only one word.
That's it. There is only one word.
Yeah, so when you're looking at the, you're looking at the House bill, then you're looking at the Senate bill.
Right.
And in the third column are what the changes are. So as you can see in the third column, there's no changes anywhere except when we get down to the propulsion system.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thanks for asking.
Any change is in the far, I don't know, we call it the right hand column. And it lists what it is. So on 115, how about this? Do I have any objections to concurring with 115?
No.
No, so I'll also say no objections. And I will write it to the clerk and let them know that it is that we will concur with the Senate amendment. All right, the next one is 311.
Yeah, so House Bill 311 was the bill to form a committee to study the formation and the use of rail trails and to develop best management practices for dealing with the surfaces or any contaminants that could be there. When this bill went to the Senate, it was heard by the Transportation Committee. Now, in our so-called Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee, we hear bills related to rail trails. In the Senate, the Transportation Committee does. So they, and I agree that the one member being a part of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee wasn't the appropriate Senate member. And I suggested they amend it to say it was someone from the Transportation Committee. The Senate, in their infinite wisdom, said the member could be any member of the Senate, but that member would be appointed by the President of the Senate. So that was the only change. It was just who was going to appoint the Senate member. And other than that, the bill is the same as it was when it left the House.
Everybody see that? I mean, it would appear to me, I personally would wish to concur. There's any opposition to that? Any concerns on that?
No hands raised, sir.
Okay, there's no hands. I will take that to mean that we're on House Bill 311, that we will concur with the changes of that the Senate have made. And what will happen now is I will let the clerk of the House know, and we'll then this will be taken care of at the next time we have a session, which will probably be in the future. Can't be in the guess, and it isn't going to be now, and it isn't going to be later. So, I can't tell you when exactly, but it will be held. It has to be in a public session, in the House session. So, being that, I think that's all the business I have, but we'll meet. We can break for a little long lunch, and see you all at 1 o'clock. Is there a question? Who has a pen? Someone have a hand up?
I was waving goodbye.
Oh, all right. All right.
We're going on mute, sir.
All right.
Sorry. We are off mute. We have 8 panels and 3 attendees currently. There's no one on from Fishing Game on the Zoom. Hold on, let me see. The committee,
Look under attendees. I'll come over.
yeah, just, attendees.
Because we didn't have a panelist.
Wait,
So you'll have to-
well, we got Fishing Game, but not representatives.
So that one right there that's all the reps.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah, so moving on to panelists. And that should be the fishing game room.
Okay, so they didn't come up with it.
And then individually, they might show up.
Tim, where would you like me?
Critics of
If I see them come up, I'll put them on.
That's the list of Fishing Game.
Cool. Did you turn the camera on this?
Because Julian, I sent you like I sent you both those documents.
Sure.
The World War II one.
I don't see them in the list. So.
Yeah, I'll check.
It should go down because the camera should be on. You should see our committee room as well.
But all I've got is just a name. It just says Fishing Game.
Jim's going to check to make sure the camera's up.
Send you something. It's really. It's the best graphic I've ever seen. Or just send it to Julie.
Still, it's 12:53.
Yeah, there it is.
Then bring my name tag.
I don't know if that, I don't know if we can.
No, I didn't think you could actually hear me. Just making a wish into the universe more than anything.
Yeah, I don't, because I don't think you ever see anybody
Nah.
from,
No, but is Rep Harvey Bullion your clerk?
yeah.
All right, just making sure she knows our names. She'll be clerking. I mean, on the Zoom, the name of each rep should come up when they're speaking.
That screen is so far away.
I know why we can't have it like this.
I know. I don't think that's- Camera. Press. Really works.
Yeah. It would be off-putting though if you had a cameraman like zooming in on each of us.
Yeah, well, we're.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
well,
coming up
well,
like,
well,
all
I'm
right.
reading it on my phone.
All right, what are you saying, Representative? Okay, just ask me a question. When's lunch?
Yeah.
It's good.
Very well done. Very well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to join into the R&D? Am I taking control?
No, he's gonna, Creighton's gonna run it.
Good, okay,
So it's here to ask questions and listen to testimony.
cool. Then I will just leave this alone.
Is what you started doing a lot to interfere with the other.
Exactly. Mine is still connected to our regular one with the recess till 2. So
Oh, okay, you could really mess them up.
I don't want to disconnect if I don't have to. Is this our bill?
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, was that,
As page 5.
Yes, I got the testimony from Paul.
right, okay.
I have that open. So.
Vote over?
Who has to go?
Tim, what was the second one? Did you figure it out?
Zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic.
I thought that was Howard's.
No, that's ours.
That's ours?
It's relative to wildlife and zoo.
Yeah. Howard was telling me that the reason I should bring the puppies as a,
When I first
show and
saw
tell
that,
for that.
I said, a new word.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I haven't heard that one before.
Zootonic, yes.
Zunic. Znitic.
Zoonotic.
Zoonotic.
I was there, whoa. Someone just did a new word.
Diseases that jump from human to.
Yeah. Essentially the whole wet market thing that we're talking about. The
Ken,
wet
you got,
market.
Ann or Lapham and, who's the other?
Mr. Chair, did you tell them that you might have some of the Fish and Game members joining onto the
Yeah, there's-
panelist side?
You got-
He's been taking care of it over there.
There are 2 on attendees that I promoted.
They don't need to be promoted unless they have
Nope, they're-
questions.
they're
but
okay, they're okay.
It's fine.
Just let him do his thing. Thank you, Dandy. Yeah, so Harvey and Laflamme are on remotely.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, Harvey's not back in the room?
It is now 1:00. Verizon Standard Time. Start the hearing on section 146, sections 3 and 5, parts that have to do with expertise that RRD doesn't have that much of, but Fish and Game has a lot of expertise. So folks from Fish and Game is joining us. As I first turn my mic on. Just to pick up the way we had the hearing had gone in the morning, I will be recognizing the first. I'll obviously recognize Senator Waters, and who will introduce the the parts of the bill we'll be discussing. The first people I will recognize for questions will be members of Fish and Game, because they have the expertise and can get us started off at a level that so that our R&D folks can learn from their questioning. And then after they're finished, would then open the questioning to members of our R&D, and that's the cycle that we'll go through when in questioning those giving testimony. Any questions on that by anyone? If so, I will ask Senator Waters. Are you ready?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see again members of Resources, Recreation, and Development, and also great to see Chairman Lang and members of Fish and Game. I'm always glad to be back before my home committee from when I was in the House. So I'm Senator David Waters from District 4, and I'm introducing Part 3 of Senate Bill 146. And this part deals with the prevention of zoonotic disease transmission. And certainly we've heard way too much about these and the consequences that we're all living under these days. So this is a bill that helps us be prepared. And it lets us be prepared and to monitor things, but also takes a couple of practical steps that we can take right now to keep people and livestock safe in the state of New Hampshire. The core of the bill is in Section 3. New Hampshire needs to prepare for the emergence and management of novel zoonotic pathogens that may threaten public health, food security, biological diversity, and economic security. And the reason we need to do this is that while there are some controls over the importation of species that might carry zoonotic diseases under CITES, that's the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, that federal regulation, it just regulates endangered species. And also, as we learned when we did the wildlife trafficking laws a couple of years ago, the federal government just does interstate, and they don't do any enforcement or regulation within the state. And that's why we need to keep an eye on what's happening here. So the first part of the bill essentially gets the Director of Fish and Game to monitor available information on animals and fish, and as these may emerge, and in so doing, consult with Health and Human Services, state veterinarian, scientific institutions, just as a way of keeping an eye on what may be emerging in New Hampshire and elsewhere. And I want to thank particularly Director of Fish and Game Mason and Paul Sanderson of Fish and Game, and also Commissioner of Agriculture Jasper, who really helped so much in bringing this bill to a point that'll work for New Hampshire. And this is one of those important points here, is that the Fish and Game Director then can keep an eye on this. And if something emerges, can recommend to the legislation or rules. But I think in light of what we've recently seen, perhaps even more importantly, is to say to the governor, hey, we've got to have some emergency action on what is potentially emerging. The second part of the bill takes some practical steps that we can do now to make sure that our live animal markets don't become perhaps the sources for these disease vectors. So you get some definitions here, which are meant to provide clarity of just what we're covering in live animal markets. And then you'll see down around line 11, it's just this common sense regulation that if you have an animal that has been identified that as a taxon known to be likely responsible for zoonotic transmission, then it should not be offered for sale in a market. Then secondly, wildlife species that are identified as such should not be caged or transported with livestock or domestic animals, because it can get into that pool animals, and that's not good either. And then a little bit further on, as I mentioned, CITES and endangered species and wildlife trafficking. There are some species that just aren't covered under those that we want to make sure are not being offered for sale because they can transmit diseases. Bats, need I say? Rodents or primate species are ones that we can make sure right now that we're not going to have in live animal markets. And then, as is appropriate, rules will be adopted about governing the store and sale of animals in live animal markets and live wildlife markets. And then really important, the exceptions that we have here, just to make sure that this has no impact whatsoever on current livestock markets or the offer of sale of livestock that are currently allowed under New Hampshire law. So this is completely outside of it, doesn't affect that. Same thing with shellfish. So you want to get your lobster, or you want to get your oysters, or you want to get your chickens or your beef. This does not affect that. And then there are a couple of penalties there that seem rather appropriate. Of course, a written warning first usually would suffice, and if someone continues to violate, then there'd be a fine as well. So I don't know if we have any former Boy Scouts out there, Girl Scouts, but be prepared. And I think this is just some common sense and some simple things we can do. And again, my many thanks to Director Mason and to Commissioner Jasper for helping create a bill that everybody thinks is a good idea for New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be happy to take any questions.
Chairman Lang, will you take over for putting some questions from your committee?
Great, thank you. I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start off with a couple of questions of my own, if you don't mind, Senator. So I looks like this bill allows for 3 potential actions to be taken if an animal is deemed to be able to do this transmission. One of which is legislation, one of which is rules, and the third one with it is an emergency order with the governor. And my concern is around 2 things. Number one, timing. Legislation, as we know, can take over a year to get through the House or Senate and enact. Rules, I think the shortest process for rules is about 3 to 6 months if you really tighten things up. And so the last one that's left is for immediate action if we decide that it's necessary is emergency order, but I think that to do an emergency order, you'd have to have a declaration of emergency under 4:45. So I'm wondering whether that last section should read executive order versus emergency order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank so much for catching that. You're absolutely right about that. And, I think that's our fail-safe here, given what you said about legislative process, that if something's going to be done, it's going to be done fast, huh? And I saw emergency order really is what executive order is what it should say. On your other points about how we can act, I mean, of course, that is true. But right now, we can do the rulemaking on the markets. And that is something that can be done. And, we're not in a situation right now that, that there's immediately a problem that has to be addressed. So that rulemaking can take place again, so that it would be in place, say if next year something came up that we would need that. Of course, part of the bill that says prohibiting the importation of these taxons will take effect upon passage. So, the bill is meant to address the future as much as it is to give some authority right now to figure out what's going on and get some action if we need it.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Spillane has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator, for taking the question. In that same vein of questioning, there's nothing that prohibits the legislature from going ahead and enacting a law anyway. So the only part of this that's actually applicable is that the department would make a recommendation of a law that is necessary. And again, that's a long process. Is that correct?
Thanks for the question. Well, I guess it's partly an issue of timing, as always, that if something is happening right now the Fish and Game Director is the one who's going to be monitoring that, getting the reports through the various networks from Health and Human Services, wherever that information comes from. The director becomes the person who can see what's going on and then make recommendations. Now, it might be immediate action, and that's the executive order. But it also might be is that we have, it seems as if there's a species that may be emerging as a risk, and maybe we ought to do that. Or as time goes by, if it looks like there are developments in live animal markets that we hadn't anticipated, but they're not an immediate emergency, legislation could be recommended. The second part of the bill right now in live animal markets, though, I think does some stuff we've got to do right now. We've got to make sure, bats and rodents and some others are not being sold. I think we have to, right now, it'd be pretty smart to make sure we're not transporting these taxons with domestic animals. So these are things I think, again, better safe than sorry, and we can do this now.
Follow-up, Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have a follow-up, and it did touch on that other section you were talking about. I actually, I don't know, coming from the Fish and Game Department, I kind of wish that agriculture was in on this one as well, because I do not know what the livestock markets currently allow to be sold alive, whether that includes fowl like chickens for consumption and such. And I assume that a zoonotic disease would also include mad cow disease, which could be considered something that's not on a wildlife situation, and necessarily our Fish and Game Director wouldn't catch that. It would be the Agriculture Director who would catch that. So I kind of wish that we had some bleed into the Agriculture Department on some of these aspects for the wet markets or live animal markets, as they're called here. Am I correct that live mad cow disease, transmissible from animal to human, would be considered under this category? And do you have any insight as to what animals are currently allowed in those markets?
Well, thanks for the question. And, I did have a lot of conversation with Commissioner Jasper on this, and I'm sure he would welcome a call. And so I'll try to remember that. And actually, Paul Sanderson, I believe, is on the call. He's provided on the hearing, and I know he's provided some testimony, and he was on those conversations as well. So he may be able to be a little more thorough on this. But the livestock markets, we have, for the most part, slaughterhouses are where most animals get processed, and we have a system of that, an inspection system, and the Commissioner Jasper is very confident about that. And then on mad cow disease as well, I think there are currently testing and procedures and protocols about that. God forbid if it should appear here. I think what we're trying to capture are some of the smaller places, the smaller markets. Take out, places that there may be some live animals that are being sold and slaughtered on premise, and that's what we're trying to catch here to make sure that we have regulation on that. That it makes it very explicit down below. Essentially, it's saying everything that's in those exemptions about livestock are saying, yeah, agriculture is taking care of that, and the shellfish markets and things, yeah, Fish and Game's already taken care of that. But these live markets, as they're defined in the definition sections, are what we want to make sure, because as we all know, that's where not only are these, that it's not only in overseas we've seen this, but there are pretty substantial live animal markets in some cities in the United States and not too far from here. And the anticipation is that we probably ought to make sure we're ready if they start to become more prevalent in New Hampshire. So I hope that gets at it, Representative Spillane, but I'm Commissioner Jasper would be glad to talk to.
Thank you.
Representative Spillane, I'd also direct your attention to page 6 of the bill around area line 21, which gives the Department of Agriculture a certain amount of rulemaking authority to help manage this process.
Right. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
Ellen, Representative Reed? Nothing. Representative Reed has nothing. Is there anybody from the Fish and Game Committee room that would like to speak? And if so, someone needs to unmute. And then Representative Vice Chair Abul, if you could call out the name of the representative that wants to speak.
Any member wants to speak? We are good over here.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Representative. Do I have to what? No, I'm saying you can go ahead and speak.
Can you hear me from here?
I think so. Yeah.
Can you hear me from here?
Again, just make sure you state your name so we know who's speaking.
This is Representative Matt Kittredge. I read that section 3. I noted that you said no sale of in live markets of rodents and primates. Well, those are very commonly test animals. Is there already provisions in New Hampshire law for providing these animals to laboratories in state for experimentation?
Thank you for your question. There is statute governing that already. But more particularly, that is governed by research protocols that are, having taught at UNH for a long time, although my experiment was in an English department. So my live experiments were on students, not on primates or another kind of primate. But that aside, there are very, very stringent guidelines governing laboratory research that govern that.
Thank you. May I have a follow-up?
Follow-up?
Thank you. How many of these live markets exist? Do we know that they, is this actually a problem here?
Well, thanks for the question. The reports that we've had, and again, maybe Paul Sander can speak to this, that there are some stores that sell, that have live animals. There are some markets that this might be going on. There is a sense, because of various populations increasing in New England and in New Hampshire, that appreciate being able to get live animals, that these may be growing, and that's fine. I mean, if appropriately regulated, that's consumer choice. But we just want to make sure that if they're there, that we're making sure these taxons that might be zoonotic disease transmissible that it becomes very clear that no, those can't be present. So again is the markets, some markets are there, but let's be sure that we make sure we keep them safe.
Thank you, Senator. Is there anybody else in the Fish and Game room that wishes to ask a question of the senator? We have Mr. Saunderson will be testifying next, so if your question is more appropriate, you might want to hold it for him.
So I see no further questions. No further questions, or if it comes back to me, we are the folks will also be asking questions. Next person, Mr. Sanderson, back to you. Is there anyone from any questions from members of the resources committee?
Can I ask you no questions?
No questions. I think, thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Paul Sanderson, are you available?
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me at this point.
We can hear you. We can hear you well.
Thank you. This is Paul Sanderson. I'm the legal coordinator of the Fish and Game Department. In addition to our written testimony, I would like to thank Senator Waters for his leadership on this particular issue. And I will try to deal with a couple of points that have been raised in discussion so far. We are talking about a codification of processes that already somewhat exist. Cooperation between the Fish and Game Department, the Department of Environmental Services, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Agriculture. The advantage of this is it really codifies our process and gives us a clear roadmap of things to do in the event these issues are detected. When people have asked some questions about how these things actually work in practice, we haven't had a zoonotic question recently, but we did have a recent issue of an invasive species where we had importation into the state of zebra mussels that were involved in certain materials that were sold in pet stores. And I wish to give you really the success story of cooperation between the various departments and how that was dealt with. The information originally came from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Communication occurred between all 4 departments. Pet stores are regulated by the Department of Agriculture. And so what we were able to do was identify the offensive material that contained the invasive zebra mussels, work with private industry to have them understand what these particular invasive species were, bring them under control, and cause them to be destroyed in such a way that they were not going to be an issue for our state. It was a model of cooperation between the departments. And so what I want to do is just give you some comfort that in fact these lines of communication exist. When an issue presented itself that required some immediate action, we were able to obtain the cooperation of private industry because they also did not want to see any sort of release of these invasive species, and the system worked. So we very much appreciate the efforts of the senator to bring this to everyone's attention. It helps us to continue on with our existing communicative processes, but the system does exist and it does work. With that in mind, I'd be happy to answer any other questions that you might have for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Representative Spillane has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul. Long time no hear. I am looking at line 27, where it talks about the chapter shall not prohibit seafood or shellfish markets or the sale or offer of sale of seafood or shellfish that are currently allowed under New Hampshire law. And I'm just wondering, because I don't know off the top of my head, how Fish and Game classifies freshwater fish species and or things such as escargot and other species that may be consumed, may be sold live for consumption, but don't fall under something that was caught in sea for seafood or is not a shellfish.
Okay. Those are oftentimes with inland species are materials that are used for bait for inland fishing, and we definitely regulate them as bait. We regulate their importation, their possession, and their use, and in fact, we license bait dealers. So once again, if we determine that there are problems with them, such as invasive species, we're able to interact immediately and work on that. We do have rules in our chapter FIS 800 that allow our various divisions to engage in situations such as that.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Paul. So what if the fish is not being sold for bait? Say, what if a fish just happens to be a freshwater species of, say, catfish or a freshwater crawfish that's going to be eaten?
Again, it's a matter of cooperation between departments. If there becomes a public health question as to whether this would cause harm to humans in the matter of consumption, we work with the Department of Health and Human Services to maintain the safety of human health.
Okay.
All right, is there anybody in the Fish and Game committee room that would like to ask a question, or a Fish and Game member that's attending remotely? If we do, Vice Chairman Abul, is there anybody in the room who would like to ask a question?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one.
Representative Abul, go ahead.
Mr. Sanderson, thank you for taking my question. Question is, I understand that most of the product, like consumer product, like meat, beef or chicken, comes from out of state. Is it going to be a mark of the package that is New Hampshire standard?
To the extent that material comes from out of state, the movement interstate is controlled by the Federal Department of Agriculture and the State Department of Agriculture for those particular species. And so nothing in this particular bill would change that current system of regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Khan. Is there anybody else in the committee room that would like to speak?
I don't see anybody, Mr. Chairman.
Turn it back over to you, Andy. Representative Manzaruki.
Are there any members from Resources who have questions of Mr. Sanderson?
No questions.
And there are no questions. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to testify in this bill? This part of this bill? Sorry.
There are no hands up.
There are no hands up, so I think we can move on then from section 3 unless there's additional questions or concerns.
I think we're ready for section 5, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Senator Waters. Ready for section 5.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4. This bill is a reintroduction of a bill from last year, which passed the Senate unanimously and then got COVIDized. And let me just explain a little bit of the background here. It tries to address the growing issue of derelict fishing gear, traps, trap parts, rope, buoys, foam, microplastics, and so on, which all can be the source of ocean plastics and also create navigational hazards. There's been increasing concern about this, and we focused quite a bit on the issue on the Commission on Marine Natural Resources and Environment. And we had several reports, from people concerned about ocean plastics, and then also folks in the fishing community about the problems arising from derelict gear on the ocean bottom. So working with Eric Anderson, who I may have submitted testimony or may be available to testify, representing the fishermen, has proposed in that commission that we try to come up with a way to help fund the cleanup efforts on derelict fishing gear. And just to sketch in some of the issues that can be raised, the ocean plastics show up in the marine environment, but then they also show up in aquatic species. We're seeing them in fish. We're beginning to see them in shellfish, and there is evidence now that they're then showing up in human beings who eat the fish, and even in utero and in fetuses, that these plastics are showing up, and they can do all kinds of things with the endocrine system and potentially PFAS and other things as well. So it's good to reduce them. The other thing is the navigational hazards. We might have some discussion later about gear balls, and what they are is that the ocean action over time, that gear traps and anything can form these really large balls, and then not only might they be a hindrance to navigation, but also if you're trying to fish and trawl or drag your nets, you're going to run into one of these things and be in a big mess. So far, what we've had is the Coastal Trap Cleanup Day, a voluntary annual event. And so far has gotten 156 tons of fishing gear off the coastline, which is great for people, recreating on the beaches, but also great for the environment as well. Now, this event costs. It's $1,300 to $2,500 for the heavy equipment. This has been largely funded by a grant program of late. We also have a Fishing for Energy program, which puts out 30-yard roll-off dumpster down at the Yankee Fishermen's Co-op. So the fishing community has a place to dump its gear. And that's awfully important because municipalities don't want to take this for recycling anymore. But there is a company down in Massachusetts who will take it and be able to recycle that. But that too costs. And so with the potential loss of that grant funding, that's on a time schedule that's going to run out, we thought that this might be a way to take care of that. And it's something, again, worked very closely with Fish and Game and with the fishing community on it. And so to turn to the bill itself, it does a couple of things. It sets up a derelict fishing gear fund. And then into that fund, litter control penalties for people who are dumping on the beach, or there is a penalty if you dump fishing gear. those fines could go into the fund. And then for a certain set of licenses, if you're a license holder, then the Fish and Game director could set a surcharge between $10 and $25. And that would be deposited in the fund. Now, I have provided the committee with an amendment. We had another meeting with Eric Anderson yesterday in Fish and Game, and he pointed out a couple of things. Number one is that we have included here the shrimp license, but we've really lost northern shrimp in the Gulf of Maine. The last 4 years, the biomass seems to be moving north and maybe diminishing some because of the warming of the Gulf of Maine. You know, it's one of the fastest warming bodies in the world, and that biomass is just moving to colder water. So, and that fishery has been pretty much closed by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. So it makes no sense at all here because nobody's doing the fishing to have that included. The other thing that was pointed out is that it also included the urchins and scalloping, and there are very, very few people who are in that industry right now either. So what the amendment does is it takes out the shrimp, and then it says, I mean, the heart of this bill is that, okay, you've got the surcharge, but if you participate in a cleanup activity, you don't pay. You don't pay. And what's great about this is that, and why the fishermen were interested in the bill, was that it's going to encourage more participation and get the work done, and hopefully have people be a little more responsible about their gear. But if you do that, you don't pay. And so it'll be most of the out-of-state folks who end up paying the surcharge. Because of our agreements with the states, we can't just say we're going to charge a surcharge on out-of-staters. We won't get very far with that. But this is a way of doing it so that New Hampshire people, if they don't want to pay, you have to pay. One example, Eric Anderson okay, so there's maybe a person who's kind of a hobbyist, gets a recreational license and has a few traps, but they're not going to be bothered to come to the cleanup. Well, they'll pay their $10. But for a lot of the people who are actively fishing, they already show up. And there'll be a variety of ways that the director is going to develop so that, all kinds of participation. So even if you can't make the cleanup day, that's okay. There'll be another way you can help participate in this. And so you won't have to pay. So then just to go down through as you can just see in the details of the bill, then it simply repeats that in the various places, the surcharge on the various licenses that I have mentioned. And then down towards the end, you get to the Fishing Gear, Coastal Cleanup, and Fishing for Energy Fund. And here, that fund is set up. And we wanted to make particularly clear to the industry that this fund is going to go for this purpose. And it's going to be transparent. There's reporting on it. And so, the fishermen are always keeping an eye on a dollar, and they want to make sure that if they're paying, it's not getting sucked into other purposes. So we did a lot to try to provide some reassurances around that. And then the other question was raised by what if, the fund starts to build up and, there's plenty of money. Well, the Director of Fish and Game has the option here to decide not to collect it or to reduce the amount. So I think those are some kind of transparency and assurances on the creation of that fund. It would not only take the surcharges, but if we do get some grants, the fines would come into this as well. And so this would let us keep going and keep our coasts clean and also help out the fishermen and get the gear off the bottom. So thank you, members of the committees and the chairs, and God, take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. I have a question to start off with. So I'm looking at the last section of this bill, the derelict fishing gear, coastal cleanup, and the last one kind of stumps me. and Fishing for Energy Fund. And I'm trying to understand what Fishing for Energy Fund has to do with this. As I read the bill, it talks about retrieving and disposing of derelict gear and conducting coastal cleanup programs and removal of derelict gear and marine trash, and then work and supporting the recycling for this fund. But I'm trying to understand, what does Fishing for Energy mean?
Oh, thanks for that question, Mr. Chairman. And I should have made it explicit earlier. I mentioned that Yankee Fishermen's Co-op dumpster. That's a program. That's the Fishing for Energy program. And what they do is they take that dumpster when it's filled, they take it down to their plant in Massachusetts, and they transform those materials into fuels that can be used. So great, it's a great recycling plan. It costs us to have the dumpster and to transport it down there, and but that's why that's there. So it's reference to that existing program at the Yankee Fishermen's Co-op, and that's real popular too. The fishermen having a place to dump their gear and doesn't cost them anything. That's good.
Representative Spillane has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Waters. I have a question and a follow-up, but my first question has to do with timing. I love the idea, but from a timing, most people have already purchased. Somebody have their mic on? Most people have purchased their license annually, probably outside of the time when the cleanup takes place. So I imagine that they would have had to have proof of participating in the cleanup the prior year to get the waived fees on the current year's license. Or is that a rebate back to them after they've purchased their license and paid the fee and then participated in the cleanup? How does that work? Because the timing doesn't seem to really work out unless it's a fisherman that fishes every year and you start them out with, a gift of don't pay it the first year.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for it, Representative. We tried to, I think we tried to address it in the bill in terms of the rulemaking that the director is going to have on it. Because that's the point. We did not want to have people have to pay the first year. You'll notice it goes into effect January 1st, 2022. And some people buy their licenses right at the start. Some people buy them later on. But the idea is that the commissioner would have, the director would have ways to recognize participation, so that doesn't have to be paid the first year. That's the intent of the bill, and maybe Paul Sanderson will have some further thoughts on that. But we talked about that a lot, and the intent of the bill is to say if you from the get-go you won't have to pay.
Follow
up.
Thank you. And Senator Waters, my follow-up is actually a question on that fund. You mentioned that should the fund become well-funded, that the director has the option of not collecting the fee or reducing the fee. Was there any thought given to redirecting allowing Fish and Game to have the ability to redirect monies into fishery habitat rehabilitation and prevention of declination of species? Because I believe the fishermen would probably be all in favor of that.
Well, thanks for your question, and I will tell you, I think you'll hear otherwise from the fishermen, that they really, they really want to know that if they're paying this for derelict gear, that's what's going to. Now, one answer I would have to the potential for the fund to grow larger is that there are a lot of things we could do and could pay for we're not doing now. So, the amount there that I mentioned, the $1,300, $2,500 for the heavy equipment and the dumpsters for the annual cleanup day. Yes, but the other big problem is those gear balls. And right now, if the Coast Guard and the Fish and Game divers and the vessels are available and have some time and one's been identified, they can go out and retrieve it. But this fund would also provide some funding to do that work. And that costs, so you're talking about divers and things, but that's a big problem that now could be addressed that isn't being addressed. So I kind of think that the director will pick a a low amount like the $10, and that'll do it. That'll pretty well balance things out as time goes by.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Spillane. Thank you, Senator. There's no other people in the room with a question. Is there anybody from the Fish and Game Committee room or remotely that would like to ask a question regarding this fund?
Representative Howard.
I'm sorry, Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Senator. Is this going to affect a recreational saltwater fishing license? Is this going to be attached to that too?
It's in there. Yes.
Any further questions from the committee room?
I do have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Just state your name so we can hear it nice and clearly.
That's Khan.
This is Representative Khan. I represent also the same district where the Yankee Fisherman is located, Seabrook. And thank you, Senator, for taking my question. The question is, you mentioned that the grant or the funding is going to be over very soon. How soon? I like to see that program that Yankee Fisherman Co-op does, or all the fishermen does, clean up day once a year. I like to see that going, any possible way. When that funding is going to be over, and I have a follow-up too.
Thanks for the question. If I may take a moment, I made a mistake just a moment ago. It's the non-resident commercial saltwater license and the resident commercial saltwater license. So I'm sorry I gave the mistaken answer about the regular saltwater license. It's the commercial ones that are here. So I wanted to correct that. I think Paul Sanderson has some more information. I think the grant is running down in the next couple of years. And that's why this is not a bad time to get this started. So if we start it next year, we'll be able to transition out of that grant and keep the program going. Because as you said, it's important down there at Yankee Fishermen's Co-op. It is.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Senator, in the Yankee Fishermen Co-op, most of the members, it's not New Hampshire residents, I understand, being there for many years, and I also served as a Seabrook Board of Selectmen. If they do not live in New Hampshire, they have to pay more?
No, there'd be a flat surcharge, but if you, whether you live in New Hampshire or out of state, if you come and participate in the cleanup, you don't have to pay.
Thank you, Senator.
Anybody else from the committee room have a question? Seeing none, hearing none, I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from members of the Resources Committee?
I see no questions from the Resource Committee. Eric Anderson had his hand up.
I think I have a question that I'll recognize Mr. Anderson. Senator, you made a statement about fines for dumping already exist. Where do they go to now? They would go into this fund, correct? Where are they going now?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's basically under the littering statute. I mean, we have a littering statute that covers all kinds of things. And it just says that if it's coastal littering, that the fines collected under that existing law will get put into here. Thanks for the question.
Okay, anybody else from the committee? If not, Mr. Anderson.
I'm sure you got one.
Oh,
Just
okay.
came up.
Who's that?
Oh, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, okay. Mr. Anderson, is it for a question for the senator or is it testify? Oh, excuse me. Actually, Mr. Anderson cannot question the senator. So Mr. Anderson, I was going to take Mr. Sanderson's testimony first, and then I'll bring you up. So Mr. Sanderson.
Yes, thank you.
Speak on this?
Usurp any time from Eric Anderson, who has given generously of his time to attend our hearing. So if he would like to make any particular comments, I would certainly defer to him and remain in the meeting to answer your questions after he's concluded.
All right, okay. Are you? All right, Mr. Anderson. Are you there? Eric Anderson?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And just to testify in favor of this bill, we've discussed it in, in the detail that I think has been stated by Senator Waters. And then I think the reasons and the rationales to try and build a fund that's going to continue this. I've been involved with this cleanup for 27 years, and I think it's a worthy event that we don't want to have concluded because of some monetary issues that have to be tended to. And right now, I think I think the scope of it extended out to 860 licenses in the state of New Hampshire that would be subject to this fee. Approximately 60 to 80 fishermen annually show up. And it bothers a lot of fishermen that 90% of the fishermen that show up, none of their gear is involved in this cleanup. And it's just to try and identify, to give credit to the fishermen that do show up, and then to have fishermen that don't show up whose gear we collect, have them make a contribution to the effort monetarily so that we can keep it going. And we would like 860 licensees to show up. We do it annually. We collect a lot of material, a lot of gear that comes to shore, and we do it responsibly. And I think so many components of this bill is going to keep it going from a fiscal perspective. And I won't go on. I think Senator Waters has represented the bill and adjusted the bill correctly. We feel confident with that it's in a dedicated fund that won't, deviate from its purpose. And I'd answer any questions if any of them, if anybody has any. But we'd be in favor of this bill.
Anybody from Fish and Game have questions for Mr. Anderson? Hearing and seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for your testimony. I'm sorry, does RRD have any questions for Mr. Anderson?
So Representative Smith. Representative Smith, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Anderson, for taking my question. This sounds like an excellent opportunity to clean up, and so listening to you and from the senator and from Mr. Sanderson, I just want to confirm with you that the fishermen are in support of this surcharge.
Yes, I mean, we feel that, for the amount of people that do show up, it's a concern every year for those that don't. And like I said, 90% of the people that show up to clean up, it's not their gear. It's not, they're cleaning up somebody else's gear that's come ashore. And it frustrates the people that do show up to say, why aren't the people that have gear here, why aren't they doing it? I don't want to get into some of the semantics of it, but in general, the industry would support the fact that this surcharge is going to keep this program funded for the fiscal issues that it has to accomplish. I think that's important. If those fiscal issues aren't attended to, then we don't know what would take place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, this is Chairman Renzullo. You represent what organization?
The New Hampshire Commercial Fishermen's Association.
New Hampshire Commercial Fishermen's Association.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions for Mr. Anderson? There are no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for your testimony. Back to Mr. Sanderson. Paul
Yes,
Sanderson.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here, ready to answer any questions you would like to pose.
Well, is there anything more you wish to say relative to?
Only to express our thanks to Mr. Anderson for the time and attention that he's given to this issue over the many years, including today.
Thank you, Paul. Members from Fish Game, Representative Spillane.
Thank you. Paul, thank you for taking my question. Do you have a better answer to the timing situation that I had asked Senator Waters as far as how a fisherman's going to buy their license and prove that they participated when they may be participating later in the year than the license purchase happens? Will it be a refund or what?
Thank you for the question. We're expecting that in our rulemaking process, we understand here that the intent of the legislature is perfectly clear and that we'll make provision in these initial rule sets to provide credit to people who have provided services to the program in the year prior to the rules being adopted, so that we can make sure that people are not penalized for the efforts and support that they have provided.
Follow-up question, Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my follow-up question, Paul, would be, we heard some information from Senator Waters that there were some amendments to remove the shrimp and the, what was it?
Sea urchin and scallop.
And such. I do not see that kind of amendment here in front of me, and I'm just wondering, is it a committee amendment?
Let me help with that. We did receive that amendment, received it about 2 minutes to 9 when we started this morning. So, I personally haven't even read it yet.
Okay.
But
that's supported by Fish and Game?
Yes, it was, Representative Spillane. We worked on this yesterday directly with Mr. Anderson and also with Senator Waters, and we fully support his proposed amendment.
So it will be sent to you, sent to the whole committee.
We're going to go to the next meeting.
Yep.
Anybody in the Fish and Game room have a question for Mr. Sanderson? Seeing and hearing none, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, for your committee's questions.
All right. Anyone from Resources have a question for Mr. Sanderson? There being none?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask one more question.
Go right ahead.
I apologize, Mr. Sanderson. Thought you were going to get away pretty safe, but I just want to confirm this does not have to deal with recreational licenses. There's strictly commercial licenses we're talking about, and the people who have who get those commercial licenses support this program, correct?
Correct on both accounts, yes.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no additions, no further questions, I think we can say we are done with part 5, and that is it for Senate Bill 146, at least as it came to the committee. There will be at 3 o'clock, we'll be talking about a non-germane amendment, which is to add. But for now, I thank the Fish and Game Committee and Chairman and folks who brought it with them, helping us out. And you, I presume, are going to be having some work session on
We're
this.
going right to a work session
All
now.
right.
Hopefully we'll have a recommendation for you by the end of the day.
Oh, well, if you wanted to go even beyond that and need to call a work session and need help, I know the system requires it to go through RRD. Glad to help that as well.
Great. Thank you,
All
sir.
right, thank you
Mr.
very much.
Chair.
Thank you. Right. I think what we have to get together for just at 3 o'clock, because that's when it is on the agenda. So it's been noticed for 3 o'clock. It's a small amendment that we have to put together that Representative Smith has drafted. And all it does is change a date. And it's but since it's noticed for 3 o'clock, we'll have to have it at 3 o'clock. All it requires is one person to be here, and I'll be here. So if if you want to show up at 3 o'clock, I appreciate it. But for hearing purposes, I mean, I can stay here, but I think I'll need Representative Creighton here to shut the machines down. But, so at any rate, we're adjourned until 3 o'clock, or not adjourned, we're recessed until 3 o'clock.
All right, go on mute, sir.
Yep.
55.
All right, chat later.
Oh, okay, that clock is.
Yeah, that clock's eight. Probably turn it on.
That's something urgent.
No, I did. It's fascinating. I just can't believe that it's, like you said, question.
2:59. Right? Right, it's 2:59. Verizon Standard Time. Verizon Standard Time, right, big companies own everything. Yeah, so the Verizon owns my soul. Actually, you have to, it is part of the hearing, this is for the, on the amendment. Yeah. This bill, it is now 3 o'clock, right?
reconvening the a meeting on House Bill 146, excuse me, Senate Bill 146. And we're going to be just have the hearing on amendment number 1098H. Representative Smith prepared the amendment.
Yes, I am.
So can you speak to the amendment, please?
Okay, for the record, I'm Suzanne Smith. I represent the towns of Plymouth, Hebron, and Holderness, Grafton County District 8, and I am here as the prime sponsor of this amendment and hope that the committee will choose to add it on to Senate Bill 146. Just to give a little bit of a background, Senate Bill 257 passed the legislature and became law in 2019, and it prohibited the use of firefighting foams which contain perfluoroalkyl chemicals, or PFAS. And part of the bill was that DES was required to institute a take-back program of these foams for the purpose of safe and contained disposal. Now, this, of course, passed in late 2019, and the law states that they must begin the take-back program July 1st of 2021. As we all know, as Senator Waters called it, COVIDized. I think that's what he said anyway. And so things really slowed down in the beginning of 2020 and are just now getting back to normal, both at DES and at all the places that might have these foams that they are storing. So this amendment comes at the request of DES, and the only thing that it does is it extends the date, the time frame of the Take Back program from July 2021 until July 1, 2023. And I can try to answer questions, but I am hoping that Mike Wimsat from DES is here, or Rosemary Rung, who also was instrumental in getting this amendment drafted.
Is there any questions for Representative Smith? Right, none?
No questions?
Seeing none, is there anyone from DES?
Maybe Mike Wimsett.
Mike Wimsett. Mike Wimsett, are you available?
I am indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being recognized. So thanks to Representative Smith for advancing this amendment. So as Representative Smith said, we were poised actually to make some good progress on instituting a take-back program. We actually had a supplemental environmental project that was associated with an enforcement action we had taken for a facility that was in a position to provide some assistance and some resources for collecting firefighting foams from the various municipal fire departments in the state. And as part of their agreement with us, we're poised to actually take that material off their hands and send it to an appropriate disposal facility. And we had actually identified the disposal facility that they would be using. Unfortunately, before we could launch that, there started to be raised some questions about that specific facility, but also more generally about the efficacy of and the safety of disposing of these firefighting foams through incineration. Based on the information we have available, we continue to believe that thermal destruction and incineration is the best technology available for safe and effective disposal of these materials. But that is being questioned across the country right now. EPA and the Department of Defense, which, as you can imagine, has a dog in the fight here because they have a lot of military bases where firefighting foam is been used, and also where there are legacy stocks of foams that need disposal. So they're working really hard on evaluating the various incineration technologies to make sure that they can be conducted safely. But as a result of all those uncertainties in the industry and in the marketplace, we lost our ability and we really weren't able to find any disposal facilities that we could use to get rid of these materials. So we've asked for this amendment because we feel like we're going to need a couple of years here additional to get this reconciled. We're hoping that with this amendment that will provide enough time for really on a national basis, safe, effective technologies and facilities who can actually do the work to be identified so that we could then put together a take back program and try to, collect the foams from these various municipal fire departments and get them safely disposed of. We just simply would be unable just practicably to get that done. We could go and collect it, I suppose, but then we'd have nowhere to go with it. So what we're looking for is to extend the period, the deadline for this, and get ourselves in a position where we can safely collect and dispose of these materials on behalf of the fire departments of New Hampshire. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from members of the committee?
Sure, you have no questions.
Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Winstead. Anyone else to speak on this bill, on this amendment?
There are no other hands raised.
Seeing none, I think that ends our session concerning what would be called Part 7 in other words, this amendment. I think that's it for House Bill Senate Bill 146. Are there any other business that anyone on the committee would wish to bring up at this point? Representative Creighton.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a quick question on your thoughts on the next committee meeting.
We've got much of most of May to be able to do this. We're going to need something from obviously from Fish and Game, and I think a lot of what whatever they give us there'll be stuff that we will still have to do. Then we'll have to put together an amendment because there are things that are going to have to happen. There will be certain things that we will amend. You heard some of it already today. One thing I don't know if I think many people know, and I think that was part of the discussion on item 2. The item 2, the text of item 2 is also being attached to House Bill 413 in the Senate. So that may make 413 the section 2 that we have moot. We'll see what happens. It's premature to even to be looking at just to look ahead, but it really is premature to predict anything. But in all probability, it would probably happen the way that it would become an amendment to 413 and take it out of 146 simply because it then protects that portion of the bill is not affected by the other parts of 146. So, and it gets it into the hands of the committee that is most qualified to adjudicate it. So did that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but look probably for hopefully within a couple of weeks to be able to do something to try to get this together. I'd rather not wait till the last minute. Not that I know what exactly what the last minute is, but we'll find out. Any other business or any other questions? Representative Smith.
Yeah, Representative Renzullo or Mr. Chair, have any thoughts on retained bills?
I'm told you can do your retained bills if you get rid of what your workload is.
Okay.
In other words, so the first thing we have to do is get rid of this, get rid of 146. Then we can go on retained bills. But then we'll talk, but I've not really thought much about it beyond that, because that's the edict, is we can work on retained bills. You can't vote on them, but you can work on them. But you have to first get your present work done.
Sounds good.
Okay. Anything else?
There are no hands raised.
There being no hand, pardon?
Representative Post.
Representative Post for question.
So just to clarify, we're not going to be meeting next Wednesday.
No, we're not meeting. We'll meet at the call of the chair. But yeah, oh, by the way, I did, it was mentioned in our discussion on with Fish and Game, an amendment, I guess the part 5. I've sent that out to everyone. I only received it by the time on the email. It arrived at 8:57. Of course, I obviously was not looking at my email at the time, so only saw it at noontime. So I not only did Fish and Game not have it, I hadn't even read it yet. So you all have copies of that now. Other than that, seeing nothing else, declare the